I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, to the republic, to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. National anthem, none. Roll call verification of quorum. Cherry Ray.
Trainer,
Present.
Tribble, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
Donovan, McClellan, Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi, Caldwell, Spalding, Caseo,
Here.
Cantrell,
Present.
Perry,
Here.
Shelah, Butler,
Present.
Batasia, Simcoe, Campbell, Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Here.
McNutt, Yalamanchili,
Present.
Demarla,
Here.
Patel, Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar, Castellan, Hall,
Here.
Holmes, Costas, Duke,
Here.
Salcedo,
Present.
Tache. All right. 24 out of 39 quorum is verified.
Alrighty. We are now at approval of minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, our approval of the agenda. Take a look at the agenda tonight. Any questions? If not, Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
There's a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now at open forum. And we'll start with Nathan Lax. All right, before we continue, Senator Capozzi.
President voting.
So noted at 7:20 p.m. Chair Tribble.
Oh, President voting.
So noted at 7:20 p.m. Alrighty. Is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none. Announcements from the student body president. None. Announcements from the student body vice president. Vice President Martinez.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's had a great week and is, excited to be back for the last 6 weeks of spring break or after spring break. For this week, I had the opportunity to serve in the Tourist Development Tax Citizens Advisory Council. Also, we had our Day at the Capitol prep sessions that are happening right now, and hopefully those are going great. If you have any questions about that or you weren't able to attend the meeting, please just look in your emails, and they have been sending the minutes as well as the recordings. The last Faculty Senate for this session happened today, so that was pretty exciting. And then their new session also starts April 6th. And then ADSB will happen this coming Tuesday, the 28th at 10:30 a.m. That's all for me.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Vice President Martinez? Vice Chair Hurl.
Sorry, really quick. Some individuals at Creel have been asking me like when the distribution for Universal Nights would be. I didn't know if you have any insight on that yet.
Yeah, the distribution dates will come out soon.
All right. Any other questions for Vice President Martinez? Seeing none, thank you. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Urchin.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had a good spring break. The CRT current account balance is $107,445.78 with a reversion rate of 0.77%. The FAO current account balance is $17,206.25 with a reversion rate of 0.80%.
All right. Are there any questions for Comptroller Urchin? Seeing none, thank you. Attorney General's report, Attorney General Moore.
Hello, Senate. So tonight I just wanted to share a little bit of commentary on Internal Bill 5437. So I would just kind of like recommend currently or moving the currently struck portions of both of the tier 1s into tier 2 instead of just completely removing them from the bill entirely. After kind of reviewing the bill and the statutes, I think that this would make the most sense and ensure that it operates kind of as intended. And then as for the tier 1 of censures, I just kind of caution against this body adopting kind of a rule or something in statutes that the first censure has a recommended sanction of a warning. And I caution against that for kind of two main reasons. First is because this is kind of already implemented in a way, in an informal way, that I believe that when there are situations where maybe there is a censure that could occur, generally speaking, there usually is some kind of conversation or informal meeting that happens where there is some form of a warning that is given out, where the individual is then asked to kind of stop engaging in this action or inaction. Otherwise, there would be more formal action to follow that. And then going off of that, I think that with the way the amendments in the bill stand right now, this might inadvertently create a new system where people then go on to receive 2 warnings before they receive any kind of formal censure. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what this body wishes to do with Title IX. And second, censures are serious. When I was helping to draft the content of this bill and in all of the various conversations that I've had throughout my term talking about Title IX, the vision that we all had was not to necessarily reduce the gravity that censures hold, but just to clean Title IX up and have a system that it would work better for student government as a whole and kind of help reduce some ambiguity around how to move forward in these processes. And to address a concern that might stem from that, and that was kind of brought up in the last meeting as well. Anyone who improperly files a censure or in some form or another tries to kind of abuse the power to file a censure or decides, to file a censure just because of personal disapproval or other kind of issues that don't fall within our purview, they can have that document invalidated by the Attorney General per Title IV for procedural errors, such as failing to cite an actual regulation or actual governing document, or they themselves could be subject to censure or a no confidence vote or to removal. And so lastly, I recommend that if y'all wish to revise the tier 1 of the censures, to update it to include penal actions such as a mandatory disciplinary meeting with the leadership of that branch or an advisor of that branch. And so this bill really is meant to be sort of a starting point for updating Title IX and making a tier process that I hope makes all of this a lot easier to understand and to actually to implement in real life. And it is my hope that future sessions and future attorney generals can come back and revisit this and over time have a system that better encompasses all branches. Thank you guys. I'll be here for most, if not all of the meeting, if anyone has any further questions or wants to have any clarification on this.
All right. Are there any questions for Attorney General Moore? Pro Tem Foster.
Sorry, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I guess you can reiterate it so everybody can hear you. Because it was, at least to me, I feel like it was the biggest concern that a lot of different senators had about the bill. It was, they felt like it would be taking away from, oh, you can't speak at a meeting. That's like a Senate privilege. So what is your, I guess, can you restate your take on that for when we see the legislation later that, people who do support it can kind of quote, well, Attorney General Moore said that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's kind of two places in the bill that I try to build in things that kind of address that. First being that at the beginning of every tier, you'll see that it says could include, but is not limited to. So obviously, if for some reason there is a censure or that these certain recommended sanctions wouldn't apply to that individual because of the branch that they're in, this is kind of just like a general idea, some general framework of what could happen, but obviously can be amended and changed on a case-by-case basis. And also, I kind of saw this as just a framework based off the conversations that I had were mostly with people within Senate. That's where this all came from. But I do hope that in the future, this is expanded upon. And should there be anything else that anyone wishes to add in there that might better encompass other branches, then obviously I think that'd be a good idea to do so. But I do think that some of the things could apply to other branches. Executive branch obviously has meetings and has other things like that. So there are ways where it could apply. It would just have to, again, kind of be more on a case-by-case basis, if that makes sense.
All right. Are there any other questions for Attorney General Moore? Seeing none, thank you. Before we move forward, Senator Castleman.
President voting.
So noted 728. Chair Almenart.
President voting.
Noted 728. Anybody else need to be? Seeing none. Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff Greenway.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick announcement from me. So passing of the gavel is on Tuesday, April 11th. To those of you that don't know what that event is, it is to celebrate all of student government's accomplishments from the past year. So please come out and attend. So please look at your emails to accept the invitation. And if you can't attend or you don't plan on attending, please decline that just so we know that on our ends. And that's pretty much it from me regarding that.
All right. Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Greenway? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, okay. Is there a motion to move to Director of Student Affairs? All right.
So this report is on behalf of our Director of Student Affairs, Regad. So as was just announced, Universal Nights is April 23rd. So more information on ticket distribution will be coming soon. And then just some upcoming events coming up within the executive branch. We have Nightstand, which is being planned by our Safety and Transportation Coordinator at Memory Mall. It's on April 11th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that event is on behalf of, in regards to sexual violence, so prevention for that. We also have the Butterfly Garden that is opening at the end of April, so more information regarding that coming soon. Our Earth Justice Week is April 17th to the 21st, so more information regarding those events will come soon as well as cram for the exam, which will consist of a coffee break on April 19th, therapy dogs on April 20th, and then the midnight breakfast on April 25th.
All right. Any questions for Chief of Staff Greenway? Seeing none. Thank you. Before we continue, deal on the phone.
President voting.
So noted at 7:30. Chair Holmes.
President voting.
So noted at 7:30. And then Deezer Patel.
President voting.
So noted at 7:30. All right. Deputy Chief of Staff. Sabrina, sorry.
Hi, everyone. So this past Tuesday, Nicole and I went to Rosen for a collaboration event with Rosen Life and Cab called Rosen Bloom. We taught students how to properly plant and take care of their plants, and then students were able to take the plant that they created with us home. And the SGLC coordinators and I had a meeting today to update one another on our councils, as well as discussing details for the upcoming banquet for the students. And then an update on the Pie the Branch Heads competition. So for context, if you guys haven't been seeing my emails, the SGLC Nighthon Committee is trying to raise funds for Children's Miracle Network. And so currently the competition stands as executive branch has $31, legislative branch has $41, judicial branch has $19.80, and then the election commission has $2. And if you would still like to participate in the competition, you have up until tomorrow. So please check your emails for more information if you are interested. And yeah, hopefully we might be seeing Nick and Dylan be pied soon.
So excited. Alrighty. Any questions for Deputy Chief of Staff Sabrina? Seeing none. Thank you. Director of Communications, Director Turner.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a great spring break. Welcome back to classes and all the fun stuff. So on the screen, you're looking at this month's content. I make these every month, but this one in specific is just some of the things that we've done. I honestly cannot read it from here, so just take your time to read it. The way it's organized is the key just has like which platform it's on or what the content has been posted on. So yeah, but while you look at that, I'm just gonna read my update. So we posted Universal Nights, the actual date yesterday. If you guys saw, like Zelly said earlier, the ticket distribution dates will come soon. We're still working on that graphic, so either the end of this week or beginning of next week, but it will be coming very soon. And then comms, we are working on a giveaway for graduates. We did a giveaway last semester, so I want to do another one this semester. It'll just be like a little goodie bag, and then it'll kind of help us increase our followers on Instagram because we'll require our students to follow us and then tag someone. And then let me turn my phone off the battery. So then I'm working with Jade for diversity and inclusion for some surveys regarding accessibility and food insecurity. So that'll get posted soon. And then just some upcoming events for this month. So thank you for putting in your request on NQ. I really appreciate it. Today we gained 200 followers thanks to UCF.edu reposting our Universal Nights post. So that's good. Instagram has gone up. And LinkedIn's still growing. I checked it. I think we have about 380, which was much more than last time. And then our top 5 performing posts, I didn't have time to take a screenshot and do what I did last month. But the first one is the Universal Nights from yesterday, which already has 22,000 views. So that'll keep growing. Obviously, it's Universal Nights. And then the next one was the biodegradable confetti post, which was promoting Nicole, our innovation coordinator, the confetti that she gives out students to use that are safe on campus. That's at 15,000 views. And then our Narcan post, highlighting that resource, that came in third. That's at 13.2. And then SG on tour, which is at 12,000. So that's it for comms. And if you have any questions, shoot me an email or just speak to me in the office. Have a great day, guys.
Alrighty. Director Turner, 1 second. Sorry. You're good. You're good. Alrighty. Are there any questions for Director Turner? Seeing none. Thank you. Alrighty. Announcements from the Chief Justice, External Justice Morgan.
This or oh, it's on. Okay. I know I'm not Lizzie Bett. She was sick today, but hopefully she'll be back in the office tomorrow. Right now, some of the events coming up, we have a day at the courthouse planned, so kind of a part 2, but this time we're bringing along all the Judicial Leadership Council members who will be able to make it. So that's going to be taking place tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. at the Orange County Courthouse. So super excited about that. And then this week we've gotten ahead on the following initiatives. So we've been organizing the Night Connect FAQs about parking appeals because it's kind of a confusing process for some people. And then we're also going to create a graphic for the Night Connect as well with some of the most popular ones. And then also we've been working on translating some of our service forms into Spanish so it's more accessible to students on campus. So yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor McGregor.
Hello, Senate. Hope you guys all had a great spring break. We had our runoff for the last seat of College of Sciences this Monday through Wednesday. The winner was Felipe Kairos Rivera. Thank you for all of those who voted in the runoff. I will have my memorandum for ENA next week with my recommendations for changes to Title VI. And I plan to work with ENA next week to outline a bill for the 55th session to work on. And that's all from me. Thank you, guys.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Supervisor McGregor? Seeing none. Thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Acting Chair, Chair McCollum.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all have had a good spring break. Nothing really is new. Please reach out if you or anyone else has any questions concerning the budget, but please note that following the conclusion of the 54th session next week, this position will be vacant until the Budget Committee is formed during the 55th in the fall. So ask now or you won't have really anybody to ask for a while. So.
Alrighty. We're now in line for questions. First, Senator Costas.
President voting.
Sent out at 7:38 p.m. Are there any questions for Chair McCollum? Senator Berkman.
Not a question, but I just want to say that Ryan did a really great job picking things up, learning all the information, and keeping us all in order during that ANSF budget meeting.
All right. We love to see kings supporting kings. Any other questions? Seeing none. Announced from the Scholarship Committee Chair. None. Announced from the Senate President. All righty, peeps. Welcome back. Another meeting. We only have one more left in the 54th session. And I'm hoping that we can finish strong with all the amazing work that we've done so far. We got a couple more things to do. So I'm hoping next Thursday, y'all are in here. And then for a good chunk of it, you never have to see this room again if you don't want to. But I highly encourage, please come to our final meeting. Moving along to just some quick updates. Pro Tem Foster and I are in the process of finalizing the 54th session banquet. There will be a banquet. We're just getting the final financial information and the specific location, but we're in contact with both. Well, a final date announced as soon as possible. So if we have it before next Thursday, it will be sent out in the group me so everyone's aware as soon as possible. But plan for April 7th or April 8th. That's the Friday or Saturday that we'll be having it. Moving right along, expect some information about Universal Nights and how you can get involved in volunteering for that soon. For those of you who are unaware, if you volunteer for the Universal Nights distribution, you will be eligible to receive a Universal Nights ticket of your own. Mostly right now, what we're trying to do is make sure that they're being sent to everyone's Nights email, not your Senate email, mostly because As I just said, a bunch of us will no longer be here after next week, which means that the person signing up to volunteer, if it was your Senate email, is whoever just replaced you. So we would like to reward everybody who was here in the 54th session. So we're sending it to your actual Knights email. So expect it there. We're just finalizing the list. I think some of the Knights emails we don't have on file right now, but we're going to make sure that by next week we do. And then last quick thing, at least of official businesses, on behalf of Senate, I spoke with Brody about it. I'm moving $10,000 from the conference registration and travel budget to the Senate Working Fund. I discussed this with D-Leg McClellan as well as CRT and FAO chairs. Basically, FAO is running out of money with the time we had left. They probably could have survived till the end of the session, but we wanted to make sure that they had as much money as possible. So we moved that just in case there is an influx of people requesting money. And then the last thing I want to discuss before we get to the end here is tonight we will be seeing the Eternal Knights proclamations. So basically, SBA Chair Trainer and D.L. McClellan worked really hard on getting all those proclamations done. For those of you who don't know, Eternal Knights is the event where we honor UCF students that unfortunately passed away this year. And we're going to see proclamations honoring each and every one of them. And so effectively, when SBA caucuses today, they'll be remanded to SBA, and then SBA will be approving them, and then they will be seen on the floor. We have a specific way we're going to go about handling it and making sure that everyone is spoken for in an effective way. But we'll kind of talk more about that when we get there. But just know that when you see that big list, there is a specific format, as well as I will say, while it may be take time to get through, at the same time, if there was ever a time to take time, it would be to acknowledge Knights that we've lost this year. Last thing is dismissals. This is based off of absence, but I dismissed Senator Donovan from the College of Business Administration, seat 4, and Senator Bethesda from the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 7. As you can see at the bottom in miscellaneous business, those will be appealed shortly, so expect that. But with that, are there any questions for myself? First, I'll go Senator Taché.
Two things. First of all, present and voting.
So noted at 7:42 p.m.
Second of all, I can't tell. Nick, are you wearing a shirt or no? I can't see from my. Okay, cool. All right.
All right. Felt like a question for the pro temp, but Vice Chair Cottrell.
So I guess this is more a question for anybody who could answer. So you talked about the account balances for FAO and CRT. So if that money does make it till the end of the session and FAO runs out of money, what about at the beginning of next session and the rest of the fourth quarter? How are they going to get funding for that because it is super low and I don't know if it's going to survive that long?
It's an amazing question. I know Brody has an insightful answer as to that, just to explain so everyone's aware. Because yes, the initial request was for $32,000, but after hearing this, we thought 10,000 made more sense.
So on some level, the answer to your question is if the 55th session wants to move more money over, they always can. If they choose to kind of use the very end of spring semester to do some funding, they have that ability. My recommendation for them is going to be that they don't do any funding. They have 3 meetings total, and that's one of those is electing the chair of the committee. So there won't be anybody to kind of prepare for seeing anyone, and then 2 meetings where they could fund people. My recommendation to the committee is to take those 2 weeks to get their feet under them, look at the spending policy, see if they want to make any changes, all those kinds of things. And then starting at that first meeting in May in the summer semester, they can come back and start funding for the next fiscal year. Again, it will be up to the 55th session to decide how they want to handle it, but that's going to be my recommendation. So they have some time to kind of not be stressed about funding people immediately and kind of get used to the committee, figure out what they're doing.
And I just add before I get to you, Senator Barackman, is that obviously if that perception changes next week, we can move more money from CRT or the CRT budget into Senate Working, or 55th can also move money from do the same thing. So it just really depends on what the next session wants to do. But as of now, that's how we're operating. Senator Barackman.
To clarify though, and I feel like this might have been more in line with what Connor was asking. I don't If there is still a budget in the Senate Working Fund and CRT after the 22-23 fiscal year, does that roll over into 23-24?
So any money in that account or any other NSF funded account, when we hit the end of the fiscal year, it all reverts back, and then it rolls over not to next year's budget because that's already been budgeted out by you all, but it goes into an account that sits and then is budgeted into the following year's account. So next, December and then January and February, when the 55th session is allocating the budget, they'll have whatever you all revert, they'll have that incorporated into the budget amount they have for the next year.
Thank you.
Dale McClellan, did you have a question? All right. Are there any questions for myself? Seeing none. Announcements from ILA, none. Announcements from the ELA DeMarla.
Hello, I hope everyone had a good break and is having a good week. To start off, the translating document initiative that started at the beginning of the year, I kind of wanted to provide you guys an update. So I sit on Student Advisory Council, and that's something I brought up to Vice President Guzman about it. And we are currently working on translating the documents first to Spanish, initially to serve the greater Spanish-speaking population. And then from there, I'll see like what other languages we can translate it to. We've been talking to different clubs, for example, like the German club, and seeing what we can do with that. And then I'm currently still working on making it into like less jargony and simpler language for non-native speakers. My second thing is that we've been setting up really good communications with the deans, and this is something I want to I'll like put in my transition binder for the next ELA. We've been so far I've been added to the CCIE, COS, and the CAH like list for like receiving like events and emails, and that way we can kind of promote them more and then have a closer connection with them. And then the next thing I want to highlight is the UCF Celebrates the Arts, which is also basically UCF Celebrates UCF, because it's not only the arts that are highlighted in this, there's like physics and stuff like that. It's very cool. I tagged it, I linked it. Go out and celebrate UCF and the diverse groups of people that embody it. Tickets are only $10, and I think most of the events are free anyway, so it's amazing. And like reposting their story, I talked to the deans about it. They're very excited. So yeah, I'd love to see people there and to see people promote it.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for ELA DeMarla? Vice Chair Choa.
Would you guys be willing to translate it to Portuguese as well?
Yes, of course. If you want to email me or just talk to me about it later, we can.
Are there any other questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none. Senate President Pro Tempore report. Pro Tem Foster.
Ooh, let me get that one back up. Here we go. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a restful spring break. I know I did. Headshots were edited, and then the link was sent out over spring break to a few of you. If you didn't receive the link to your headshot, you still need it, let me know. We can get that out to you as soon as possible. You've heard Speaker Hall mention a little bit in the past, but transition binders, we've decided to have the deadline for Friday, March 31st. So if you're a chair, maybe even a vice chair or above, and you don't know how to write a transition binder or what should go in the process of writing a transition binder, you can get in contact with either of us or anyone in leadership, and we can show you how to write one. A transition binder is essentially a guide to how you did your position, and any advice that you would like to give to the person who's going to be in your position next kind of helps them be able to go through the process without having to go through the hard steps like you did. So it's a very special thing to do. That's going to be due next Friday, March 31st, to reiterate that. Chief of Staff Greenray mentioned this earlier, but passing the gavel is happening April 11th. You should have received the invite in your email or leadership email. If you did not receive one and you would like to attend, let me know and we can get you an email because you need to RSVP. It's very important. I know you guys don't check your emails, but you need to RSVP if you want to attend. If you don't RSVP, you won't have any food at the banquet, so you might as well not even show up. You won't have food, you won't have the name card, RSVP. And if you don't have the invitation, just let me know.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, Dale McClellan.
Hello again, everybody. Tonight we will have one fiscal bill on first reading, one internal bill on third, two of those on second, two resolutions on third, one resolution on second, and one proclamation on second. And then in SBA caucus tonight, we'll be seeing all of the legislation currently being remanded to see all of the eternal night proclamations and Senator Alderman Chili's as well. And then after tonight, unless you have something ready right now to submit, we will, and it's for SBA. We will no longer be accepting any legislation. We only have 1 week left, and I would not want to put any extra burden on us all to have to push it through on everything in 1 week. So this will be the last. This is the last week that we have been accepting legislation, and then I have also completed a majority of my transition binder. I expect to complete it by Wednesday next week. If you aren't sure what to do for yours, please let me know, and I'd be happy to help. And then if you ever have any questions or need anything, please let me know.
All right. Are there any questions for Dale McClellan? Senator Shea?
For rollover senators, is there any semblance of a way to carry over any new legislation if we wanted to write something over the next couple of weeks, or would that not be able to be seen until there's a new pro temp's office?
So what you can do is you can draft the legislation. We'll set it up with 55 and everything. For senators that are returning, they can introduce that in the 55th as soon as possible. And then I believe, pro temp is elected the first day of Senate of this session. So there'll be somebody to accept it right away.
All right. Any other questions for Dale McClellan? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Deezer Patel.
Hi guys, this week I distributed 3 awards to each branch in recognition of Women's History Month. We hosted SLC this week and introduced them to all the caucuses and how they can be involved in the future, also going over every leadership position that exists within Senate. Thank you to all the guest speakers who attended today. Additionally, our flag football team is picking up some heat while we scored 2 touchdowns in our last game, which is really good progress. But we did not win, sorry. Also, expect a link to vote for Senate Superlatives in the group me, as we will be giving them out during the Senate banquet.
All right. Are there any questions for Deezer Patel? Seeing none, caucus reports, APA caucus, none, Black caucus, none, Disability caucus, Chair Campbell.
Evening, everybody. So this week, we didn't have as many members in today, so it was a relatively informal meeting. But I gave everyone in the caucus an update on the space study application that was filed kind of for us on behalf of Dr. Meyer, the director of SAS, which unfortunately got denied. So that is a decent setback in terms of finding a space to be allocated for the Commons. But hopefully by the start of the new session, for those who are returning, I'll have some brighter news to share.
All righty. Any questions for Chair Campbell? Seeing none, Latin Hispanic caucus, Chair Salcedo.
Hello, everyone. I hope your spring break was restful. Caucus is canceled for tomorrow because I'll be attending an event regarding gun violence in Latin communities.
All right. Any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus, none, Women's caucus, Chair Moda.
Hi, everybody. So yeah, we met this past Monday, and our Women's Market Day will be happening this upcoming Tuesday at the Student Union Patio. And we've actually had like 26 or 27 submissions, so I'm really excited about that.
All right. Any questions for Chair Moda? Senator Casas.
Just wanted to say, as the former vice chair from the Women's Caucus last year, it's really awesome that this market day is happening. It's something that we always wanted to do, but never got around to do it. So thank you for organizing that.
All righty. Any other questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none, unfinished business, none. Before we move, is there a motion to move to miscellaneous business reinstatements? All right. Miscellaneous business reinstatements. Senator Donovan, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Donovan, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I guess I'm being dismissed because I was late today, and that puts me at 2.5. I guess I should have been here at the very beginning of the meeting, then I would have stayed at 2. But I was planning a informational booth for the Student Coalition for an Intersectional Community Protestival that will be on April 6th, and it's going to be super fun. And apparently, I'm hosting a live game show, which is weird, but also like macabre given the content of HB7 and HB99, but in a fun way also. Anyway, I was planning all that, and I'm happy to be back with y'all now. So,
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions. Seeing Senator Teche.
Move to debate.
So motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Yalmachili.
I don't see why we should not reinstate the Senator Donovan. He's a great senator, so I'm going to vote to reinstate him, and I think that y'all should too. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Oh, I was gonna ask to retain. But yeah, I don't see any reason not to reinstate. Yeah. I'd love if you could come talk to me though after, like, once we go to break. Yeah.
Chair Double.
Mayor Erting? Oh, never mind.
Senator Berkman.
I was just going to say, it looks like Grant doesn't know how to use the absence form, but that seems like it.
Decorum. Let's be nice. Let's not be just. There's no need.
All right. Before this gets too carried away, may I make the motion?
You may.
Move to vote on the reinstatement of Senator Donovan.
It's a motion to vote on the reinstatement of Senator Donovan. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 28 to 1. Senator Donovan is reinstated. Pro Tem Foster.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Brody, I did not have the option to vote.
All right, Chair Double.
Seeing as Senator Bateja is not here for his reinstatement, may I make a motion? Or
You
is it-
may. I'm going to ask for decorum just in general. Let's keep the noise down. Chair Double.
Seeing as Senator Bateja is not here for his reinstatement, I make the motion to return to fiscal committee caucus time for ORS.
There's a motion to return to fiscal committee caucus time. Any objections? Seeing none, ORS will meet in here for 5 minutes, starting now.
I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:59 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Uchoa.
Chair Borges.
Here.
Senator Berkman.
Present.
Senator Bullard.
Present.
Senator Shalot. Senator Temple.
Present.
Senator Yellowman Chili. And Pro Temp Rapp. 7 out of 7, quorum is verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ochoa. Look over the minutes. Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none, stands approved. Today's agenda. Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
Motion to approve tonight's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, stands approved. Announcement from me. Hey guys, funding cap internal bill. Cartwright signed the budget bill much sooner than anticipated, and so this is a requirement for us to pass. Other than that, I have nothing. Any questions for me, Temple?
We're on the, oh, never mind. We're not in the general bill yet.
Okay. No one else with questions? Awesome. Vice Chair Joe, anything? Nope. Awesome. Thank you. Any committee members with announcements? None. Any non-committee members with announcements? Awesome. Old business, none. New business, post-funding forms, none. Verification of purchases forms, none. Post-funding forms, none. And bills, is there a motion for speeches, questioning, debate? Temple.
Move for, sorry, but 1 minute speech, 2 minute questioning, 2 minute debate.
Is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 2 minute questioning, 2 minute debate? Any objections? Okay, seeing none. I'll time myself. It's linked in there. Everyone can open it, right? I did it right. Okay, awesome. And I'll start now. So, yep, this is a requirement that we have to do. As you guys see in the warehouse clauses, we're funded at a total of $800,000 between CRT and FAO, the Senate Working Fund, and the Registration and Travel Fund for this next fiscal year. We're responsible for introducing the bill that establishes any cumulative limitation on the total amount of funding any individual or RSO may receive in a fiscal year. And then this bill goes into effect July 1st, which is the start of the next fiscal year. The number that I have is not concrete. You guys, of course, as a committee can decide to change it. But the current number is 3.25% of the budget, which is $26,000 even of the total Senate accounts budget for the next fiscal year. And I yield to questioning. Temple.
So with regard to passing this, I know that we had passed this at the very beginning of the 54th session. What was the logic behind passing it now instead of having the 55th session take this over?
So we are required by, I believe, next Thursday to have introduced it, or I could be held in non-compliance because our committee has to see this, like it's required of us. So basically, because Cartwright signed it much sooner than he did last year, which is why it took till next session, we have to see this now. And with everything that's happening next week, I didn't want this to also be an issue, especially if we don't meet quorum, which is a possibility. Temple.
And then a follow-up. You said that the number $26,000, if I'm not mistaken, is not a concrete number, even though we have a percent of the total budget we have. Could you please clarify that?
So the committee is actually here to see that percentage and see that total, and that's what we're approving pretty much. Like we're approving this bill that 3.25% of the budget, $26,000, is the maximum for next fiscal year. Temple.
Historically speaking, what has that percentage been?
I can pull it up right now. Give me a minute. Barrican, do you have anything? Yeah.
Is there, have we passed legislation in this past session that has allowed for people to spend more than the funding cap?
I don't believe so. The only thing that we've done was that was like anywhere close was the exact number in a fiscal bill for an RSO where they paid half, we paid half, and it maxed out our contribution. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yes. So that would mean that like a fiscal bill in this case would be like $52,000 with our 50% is $26,000.
That's correct. Temple. I have the number for you. Okay. So the one that former Chair Wanjan passed at the very beginning of the session, 5401, the first internal bill, was 3.5%, which totaled 32,500. Questioning time has elapsed. Their motion, Temple.
Move to extend questioning time by 2 minutes.
Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 2 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, 2 more minutes, which makes it 32,550 was the total limitation for this fiscal year. Temple.
So to increase that to 3.5%, if we were to hold that over to this session, to the next session, that would be 28,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm open to that if you guys want to. I just know that we're having a lot less money than the past. So my reasoning was just try to make sure that everyone has the funding to go around, but I'm open to anything, Berkman.
Move to debate.
So motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Debate. Berkman and Temple, and then Yellowman Chili.
I would be more in line with reducing it to 3% than increasing it to 3.5% because that encourages individual students and RSOs to use money more efficiently. And We only have a few instances in which they reach that exact cap anyway. That would simply encourage organizations to reach a lower cap if they want to use that cap.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Temple then Yellow Chili.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. Like as much as I really hate to say it, we really do not have nearly as much leeway as we had in prior sessions. So having to kick in some austerity measures for this would be not the most agreeable thing, but it is the most pragmatic thing given how much money is split between CRT and FAO in this case. So I am in agreement to probably diminish this down to at minimum 3%.
Yellow Chili.
I support the bill as it stands. I will support the bill regardless because it is something that we must pass. But I do think that the percentage should stay at 3.25%. We already have that in this fiscal year. RSOs can get up to $33,000. This is being reduced by about $7,000 to $26,000. Any reduction further would be outrageous. I would oppose an amendment to change that from 3.25 to 3. There's enough austerity as is. Let's not make it worse. I do already believe that RSOs are prudent in their fiscal spending, and I don't think that that would be necessary. So thank you.
There's 15 seconds left. I saw Berkman's first. I'm sorry. You have a motion.
In compromise, I would suggest 3.125 then. That would be $25,000 for each RSO organization or
Debate time has
individual
elapsed.
student.
Is there a motion? Temple.
Move to extend debate time by 2 minutes.
Is there a motion to extend debate time by 2 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, it has been extended. Do you have anything else to say? I didn't want to cut you off completely.
Nah, yeah.
Okay, Temple.
I'm actually got that exact same number as him. I was thinking pretty much in the same way. 24,000, 26,000. There's a very comfortable compromise spot of 25,000. It's not only that, but it's also a very satisfying number, if I'm being perfectly honest. So that can very well. You can make fun of me all you want on that one. I will stick by my 5s.
Okay. Can someone also make the amendment on the total then, if we're going to do that? And then is there a motion to see that, Temple?
Move to see both amendments on the document as a block.
Is there a motion to see the amendments? Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Do you need speech time? Okay. I'm just going to take the 1, 2, 2. We're now 2 minutes of questions. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Temple.
Move to debate.
Is motion move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Any debate or motion? Berkman.
I think considering the debate that we've had thus far between needing a more significant reduction in RSO spending, but also without removing RSO's ability to spend, as Dihan already remarked, RSOs are pragmatic and efficient in their spending. I think this is a good compromise between the two.
Motion or debate, Yellow Chili?
I agree. I'll be voting for the amendment. With that, may I make a motion?
You may.
Move to vote.
So motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining with a vote count of 7 to 0 to 0. This passes. We're still in debate on the bill. Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Given the compromise we have just struck, I do believe that this bill is now ready to go for a second reading. With that, move to vote on what's the numbering of this bill?
It hasn't been numbered yet. We technically could number it right after this. So, but
move to vote on this internal bill.
Thank you. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining with a vote count of 7 to 0 to 0. This passes. Okay, awesome. Sorry we had to go so fast, but thank you guys for bearing with me. No other new business, member discussion, anything? Seeing none, miscellaneous business. Temple.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
So a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there by Chair Joa.
Same as initial.
Thank you. And Ethan got to adjourn the final meeting. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:09 p.m.
Oh wait, did I only send it to Aiden?
Alrighty. Reconvene this meeting at 8:12 p.m. Before we continue, Senator Donovan.
President voting.
So noted at 8:13 p.m. Fiscal committee reports. CRT committee chair or CRT committee report. Chair Dribble.
So we've allocated over $560,000 and impacted nearly 1,600 students. In committee, new business allocations, we approved 54, 457, 458, 459, 460, 461, 464, 465, 466, and 467 with full council 4-0-0. We postponed 54, 452, 462, and 463 by general consent. And Annabelle wasn't here this week, so throwback to Triple Tasty Treats. I brought like 3-day-old the Pillsbury like tiny Easter cookies. They had like bunnies and chickens on them, but everyone said they were mid, and Ryan gave them a 3 out of 10. So yeah,
It's kind of cold. Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Dribble? Seeing none, FAO committee report. Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. So in committee, old business allocations, we PPI'd 54, 143, and 146 by general consent. New business allocations, we approved 54, 150, and 151, 6-0-0, and 54, 152, 154, 155, 7-0-0. We postponed 54, 150, 153 by general consent, and I yield to Vice Chair Nimbargi.
Hey, what's up, Senate? So first, starting off, Ballroom Nights is hosting Samba social lesson where they got an expert Samba player to come in and teach them on April 4th. Scholastic Association of Graduate Engineers is hosting their own event on April 5th for axe throwing. Hillel is hosting their own rendition of Passover, so make sure to check that out on April 5th. And First Person View Nights is having their own drone racing competition, and they're hosting that April 8th, so check them out.
Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Millington? Vice Chair Choa.
Do you know if that's Brazilian samba?
They didn't explain that, but that's a really good question. More reason to check it out.
Alrighty. Any other questions? Seeing none, ORS committee report. Chair Borges.
Hey guys. So I have so many tabs open. It's been a long day. I felt you, Pro Tem Foster. We both were looking around for our stuff. Okay, so tonight's caucus was ORS's last meeting, unless we have anything time sensitive. So congrats, committee. But in committee, we voted on internal bill, and in caucus, we voted on internal bills. So that's great. I believe we'll be seeing the internal bills tonight too. So that'll be great. Look at the minutes if you need it. And I yield to my vice chair for Victor's visuals.
For the last Victor's visuals, we had another AJ Patel. This one teaches people how to start their business. Yeah, sorry, bro, you're not at his level. UC Fast from last year, which is actually going on right now, so make sure you go. And a student passing out during an orthopedic surgeon's presentation. At least there's a doctor there.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, bills, fiscal bill 5452 is remanded to CRT, resolutions none, special acts none, notice legislation on third reading none, notice legislation on second reading none. Is there a motion to move to internal committee reports? Dealing McClellan?
Yep. So moved.
Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, ENA committee report, Chair Albenar.
Good evening, Senate. As the Supervisor of Elections, McGregor, mentioned, today in ENA we had a discussion about Title VI updates brought to us by the Supervisor of Elections. And we'll be next week working on a bill to hand over to the 55th session to implement those changes.
Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Albenar? Seeing none, GAP committee report, Chair Tupple.
Good evening, Senate. So as Vice President Martinez had specified, the day the cap, actually, before I start that, this past GAP meeting, we had managed to approve the final advocacy agenda after significant and very fruitful deliberation. Well done to the committee for that. And we're moving to finalize our informational briefs ahead of the actual day of the Capitol event. And speaking of which, as you all know, the priority preparatory sessions are underway, with the Civil Rights and Civil Affairs one having been held a few days ago. And tomorrow will actually be health and safety prep session from 1:30 to 2:30. So if you do have orientation at that time and it conflicts, please reach out to either myself and or Gak McLean in order to get you all caught up. And just in general, if you have any questions about Day of the Capitol, please feel free to reach out to me or the Gak. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Tubble? Seeing none, LJR Committee Report, Chair Ray.
All right. So, hey, Senate and LJR, this week we approved 5 absence requests, denied 2, and postponed 1. If you ever have any questions why your request may be denied, you can always just reach out to me. Also, for next week's meeting, I know it's been mentioned a few times, but we need quorum for next week. And in order to get everything done, and it would be super disrespectful not to show up. I get it's enticing because it's the last meeting and like, what are we going to do? But you will get dismissed if you're over 2 absences. And that's not a good way to leave things. Also, it's disrespectful because we're doing the eternal night legislation and that needs to get done and over with. So, come next week and yeah.
All right. Any questions for Chair Ray? Bill McClellan.
Not a question, but a motion to skip over SBA report to go to internal legislation, notification of legislation on first reading.
There's a motion to move to internal legislation, notice legislation on first reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, notice legislation on first reading, constitutional amendments none, bills none, resolutions. Resolution 5440 is remanded SBA. Proclamations. Proclamation 5419 to 5442 are remanded SBA, and Proclamation 5443 is remanded to SBA. DL McClellan.
Motion to move back to internal committee caucus time, SBA.
Yep. There's a motion to move back to internal committee caucus time. Any objections? Seeing none, SBA will be caucusing in here for 15 minutes, starting now.
All right. Senator Simcoe. Sorry. Pro Temp Rep.
Present.
LJR Rep. Vacant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 11 quorum is verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Take a look at last week's minutes, and I'll take a motion. Marty? There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, approval of the agenda. Take a look at this meeting's agenda, and then I'll take a motion. Colin?
Motion to approve the agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, open forum. Are there any senators wishing to speak in open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the chair. All right, so we kind of already explained this, but yeah, we're going to be passing all the Eternal Nights resolutions, proclamations as a block. And the way we're going to motion it is it's going to be unlimited speech time. So that way all of us can go through each of the speeches, and then it'll probably be like 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate, and then we'll pass it all. We also have, like I said, a couple proclamations and a resolution to look at. So we're going to start off with the resolution, and yeah, it'll be hopefully super easy. And please make it tomorrow. Chair Campbell, I don't know why it has one L. Chair Campbell will be, will have a proclamation.
Yes, it'll be a proclamation. Yes, it'll be a proclamation meant to say like, hey, we want a disability commons. That's the basis of the proclamation.
Cool. Yeah, I yield to McClellan.
Proclamations are kind of like recognizing great events. Like if you want to call for one, I feel like that's a resolution. Okay, well then we're good.
All right, are there any questions for the chair? Seeing none, announcements from the vice chair.
Not really much from me. I will be preparing and kind of getting together my transition binder. Also, I wanted to say thank you to Vice Chair Nambergi for taking notes last meeting and hopefully at tomorrow's meeting as well, because I won't be there. But if not, that's okay. But that's it for me.
All right, any questions for the vice chair? Seeing none, announcements from committee members. Seeing none, announcements from non-committee members, none. Old business resolutions, resolution 5439, proclamations, proclamation 54 something. Yeah, this is just an old business.
Oh, okay.
We'll move past that. Old semester projects, Eternal Nights proclamations. Of course, I noted that we were going to do it last meeting, but we're going to do it now. New business resolutions. Resolution 5440, resolution advocating for UCF Alumni Association to place the counseling and psychological services mental health fund on the front page of UCF Day of Giving. I'll take a motion for speech, questioning, and debate. McClellan?
3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
All right, there's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Chair Borges, whenever you're ready.
I'm so sorry. This is so last minute. I was trying to make sure I could actually get this done.
Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I could also try to fill it in after if that helps.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that I could get what you're saying.
Okay. So as you guys know, CAP's pretty underfunded. I went through not only their statistics, but also statistics from the ACHA National College Health Assessment about mental health. There's a ton of statistics there. I'm not going to read them all. It'll take too much time. But as you guys understand, college students and mental health, very big issues. And we all know that our CAPS here is underfunded. This has been a conversation that we've had for a few years here, but not much has been done about it. And I plan to have talked about this sooner because of Day of Giving, because previous in the session, we talked about Day of Giving and CAPS, but I went to a Forever Nights General Body meeting and spoke to them. They are the connection between the Alumni Association and students, and got some contacts with them. I've emailed them, and I'm trying to set up meetings and basically speak to them about getting CAPS at least higher up and not as hard to reach. Currently, if you even know where to go, it takes 4 clicks to get to CAPS, and things like athletics and some of the colleges are on the front, which does make sense, but at the same time, these are really underfunded resources here at CAPS. As you know, they're trying to implement things like 6 appointment maximums and general things that just don't benefit our students all that much. CAPS is doing their best. They're underfunded, undersupported, and I hope that this could possibly help that. This, of course, would be sent to many people at the UCF Foundations overseas, all the stuff related to philanthropy and day giving, also the Alumni Association, and then, of course, the CAPS director herself. And I will hope to bring this resolution, if passed, to my meetings with them, either virtual or in person, to discuss what we can do to make sure CAPS gets more funding, because I know that's a huge issue that a lot of us have. I know there may be some issues, so please go at it and fix whatever you can, because you guys know what you're doing best, and I'm not the most inclined with advocacy, at least not non-fiscal advocacy. So let me know any of the questioning.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Borges? McClellan?
For some of the whereas clauses, it says that percent of students surveyed agreed. What survey was this?
This was related to surveys conducted by the ACHA National College Health Assessment. That, like, all those statistics in a row until you get to the part where it talks about CAPS's report are from that.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Kaposi?
Move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Kaposi and Campbell?
I really support this. I think that there has been a lot of issues where students were only able to attend these CAP sessions a few times if they even knew that they existed. So I think that either trying to encourage them to add funding or trying to find ways that students would be able to benefit from this more would be great.
Mayor Ratain? You may. Thank you. Yeah, I've seen a reason why we shouldn't try and give CAPS as much funding as we can. I went to CAPS for a while. I actually had to leave CAPS because my therapist straight up told me, but you need, CAPS doesn't have the funding to provide. So the reason why I have the therapist I do now is because CAPS doesn't have the funding. People shouldn't have to do that because it took years, a shit ton of money. Sorry. And yeah, my apologies. And a lot of pain to get to the therapist that I have now. Thankfully, she's lovely, but people shouldn't have to go through that just to get the help they need. And on that, motion to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, same way we usually do it, thumbs up if you're going to vote in favor, in between for abstaining, no for, well, down for no. So, all right. Yeah. 1, 2. All right, it passes unanimously, 9-0-0. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. Excuse me. 8-0-0. All right. With that, we're going to move on to Simca.
President.
So noted at 8:32 p.m. All right. Proclamations. You're going to see the Eternal Nights Proclamations folder. Please let me know if you cannot access it. Before we go into looking at it, I'm not going to read every proclamation here. We just don't have the time for it. But before we do that, I think it would be beneficial if we assigned who could speak on each proclamation. So the way that we're going to do this is I will start with the first 4 on the folder when it comes time to speak about it. So that'll be proclamations 54-19 through 22. And from here on, I'll just take volunteers to read the next 4. So I'll just read off names. Yeah, McClellan.
So there was 21 total. You took 4 of them, so there's 17 left.
Yes.
I will read the next.
So we can do, we could just see how many each one want to take. So like if you want to do like bunches.
Okay. Well, first off, who would like to speak on them? Just for show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I mean, I see 7 people. So I mean, 8 people. So I could break it up maybe like every 2, maybe, if that's all right. Okay, cool. So Vice Chair Spalding, if you could in the group me, just kind of put like the numbers, say like 19 through 22 will be Chair Trainer, and then you'll just say like Kaposi, you'll be like 23 through 24, stuff like that. Yeah.
Are you assigning? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm assigning them.
You're assigning them right now? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the group me.
Yes. So just let me know when you're ready with that.
Really quickly, and make sure that you're all looking at the proclamations that are linked in the agenda, because those are the official copies, not the ones that are in the folder. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you for that. I did not realize that, so that's my fault. Yeah, so again, just access them through the agenda when you go to read them. McClellan?
Seeing as how there's so much interest, I would like to read some, but I won't. I'll let other people read.
I think it's still okay if you read two, because we had like 8 people, so 8 times 2 is 16, and we'll still have one extra. I know Nick wants to read one, so. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, if you guys could just raise your hands real quick for those who are interested. All right, I'll start with Kaposi. So Kaposi will do, so I'll do 54:19 through 22. Kaposi will be 23 through 24.
1 second. You said 19 through 22 is you?
19 through 22 is me.
Okay.
Kaposi will be 23 through 24. Well, not through. McClellan will be 25 and 26. And then Kira will be 27 and 28. Spalding will be 29 and 30. Simcoe will be 31 and 32. Saucedo will be 33 and 34. Campbell will be 35 and 36. Nimbargi will be 37 and 38. Sorry, I skipped over you. And were there any other people that wanted to speak on it? Okay. Yeah, I'll put Nick for the rest. So that'll be 39, 40. Oh, okay. Yeah, 39, 40. I think I got all of them. Okay, cool. All right. So with that, now that we've gotten that sorted out, can I get a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Kaposi?
3-minute question, 3-minute speech, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate.
All right. There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll just speak on it. I already kind of went over everything that we're going to do for that, but just to kind of practice what we'll talk about when we read over it, if you could all click on Proclamation 54:19, I'll just kind of guide you through what would be appropriate. So pretty much the first 3 whereas clauses are all the same for all of these documents. What you'll want to look for is everything in between. Okay, so yeah, the first 3 clauses and the last 3 clauses you really don't need to read. So for example, when you're reading this, you'll just say Gina was a student pursuing college teaching in the College of CCIE. Gina worked as an admission specialist. She was a photographer, and she inspired the natural world by blah, blah, blah. And that's pretty much all that you'll say. And yeah, do you guys, I guess I'll yield this to questioning, but I was just wondering if there's anything else that you guys would think would be beneficial for us to talk about. So yeah, I yield to questioning now. McClellan?
Do you think we should all end it the same by saying therefore be it resolved that we acknowledge and remember the life of Gina M. Clifton? So like we all will say proclamation in memory of Gina Clifton, the middle whereas clauses, and then we all end it with therefore that we all acknowledge and remember.
Yes.
Should we start and end like that?
Yeah, that is a great idea. I like that. So does anybody not understand that format? I think it was pretty clear. Okay, cool. Any other questions? Kaposi?
Not really a question. If you guys want to, I don't know, but I like how it says like the ceremony and effort to show that the family members are not alone in this difficult time. We don't necessarily need to include that since we are including the previous statement, but I would like to include it. If you don't mind, you guys don't all have to.
Yeah, I like that too. I'll probably also say something like that. If you don't end up saying it, it's all right. But yeah, Yeah, I like that. And then Salcedo.
Are we gonna conduct speech, questioning, and debate for these proclamations the way we usually do? So we'll. Okay. So could you guys explain how that's gonna go down?
McClellan.
So what the plan is right now is we're going to motion for unlimited speeches. So that gives us all time to pass it off to everybody. We'll yield to the next person. We'll all read our proclamations until we get done, because we're going to see them all as a block and read them all out so that we don't have to see them individually and waste time with the questioning. And I'm actually going to make the motion for this. We're not going to have questioning at all. There's no questions to be had about this. We're just going to go straight into debate after it. I'm going to only motion for 5 minutes of debate, I believe, because everybody's going to be saying similar things in support, I could imagine. So we'll say a few senators will say something on that, and then we'll go to vote on them. But it's the mostly important part is just reading them all out and honoring them.
So since we're seeing them as a block, when the first person, which is Aiden, I believe, finishes saying their portion of the speech, does the next person just automatically go? Do we have to make a motion? Do we have to I yield to? Okay.
Awesome. If there are no other questions, I'll take a motion. McClellan?
Move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, there's no reason why we shouldn't let this go through. I quite literally don't see a reason why we shouldn't. And with that, move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, we are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 9-0 to 0, all of our Eternal Night proclamations, Proclamation 5419 through 5440 pass favorably on first reading. All right, and with that, we are going to move to Proclamation 5443, proclamation honoring UCF's president, John C. Hitt. And I believe we already made the motion for proclamation. So Nick, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Yeah, you're all good.
Hey guys, wow, this is a pretty heavy proclamation. John C. Hitt was a past president here at the University of Central Florida. He was president for from March 1st, 1992 until June 30th, 2018. Essentially, I wanted to write this to honor him. I would argue that Dr. Hitt was a founding father of the UCF that you know today, because UCF in March 1st, 1992 is not the same UCF of today. President Hitt actually conferred 262,858 degrees to UCF students during his tenure. Under his leadership, UCF's graduation rates and retention rates soared, as did SAT scores for incoming freshmen. Dr. Hitt oversaw the opening of a bunch of different facilities, including the College of Medicine, Rosen College of Hospitality, the Burnett Honors College, FBC Morgan Stadium, and the Edition Financial Arena. He is primarily one of the reasons that we're here in the Big 12 today, and it's something that should also be celebrated. Dr. Hitt was a strong advocate for partnership and partnered with the city of Orlando, state of Florida, and Electronic Arts to open the Florida Interactive Academy in 2005. Today, this academy has been ranked the #1 video game design program in the world for 3 consecutive years by the Princeton Review. Dr. Hitt participated on numerous boards, including Orlando Economic Partnership, Florida Council of 100, and the NCAA Division I Board of Directors. Dr. Hitt was also the chair of the State University President Association. In 2012, the main campus library was renamed for him to celebrate his 20th anniversary as president of the university. John C. Hitt made many invaluable contributions to the UCF and Orlando community. And this is not in the whereas clause, but fun fact, he was actually named one of the most influential men here in Central Florida. He essentially built the Central Florida that we live in today. And I and a lot of other UCF students are very grateful for that. UCF students will forever remember and appreciate the love, dedication, and effort Dr. John C. Hitt put into building his university to what it is today. Dr. John C. Hitt will be remembered as a founding father to the University of Central Florida, and his tenure at UCF will forever be memorialized. I never got to meet Dr. Hitt. I came here in 2019. I heard he used to actually walk around the campus and talk to students and, learn little things about them, like what their major is, what their purpose is, why they decide to come to UCF. I had an opportunity to meet his wife in November. She was supposed to assist me with the tour that I was conducting on behalf of PLC, but she'd recently hurt her, I think it was her knee or ankle, so she wasn't able to come. So I think this is the bare minimum that I could do to celebrate John C. Hitt's memory. I'm going to try to get into contact with his wife, so I can send this to her and the Hitt family and make sure that she knows that the work that John C. Hitt did for this community and this university will never go unnoticed. Thank you.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Chair Campbell.
This wasn't really a question. This was just something I wanted to add. So both my brother and my mother graduated from UCF during Hitt's residency, and during both times that they were there, Hitt was a constant figure on campus. You would just see him walking around campus. He would talk to you. I met Hitt a couple of times because I grew up on this campus. Like, I came to a bunch of games. He would consistently show up to basketball games. He pretty religiously ate at Nitros. You'd find him at Nitros relatively often. Car would be parked right outside. He was an easily observable figure on campus, and he made himself known to every person here, whether it be students, staff, or professors, because he wanted to be down to earth. He wanted to be the one that you could talk to. He didn't want to be someone high in the sky. So I just wanted to point that out, because there's more to him that just makes him that made him an extremely genuine person. That it's not that we can't display it; it's that not many of us had the experience in order to know that.
All right, we're still in the period of questioning. I'll take a motion. Dr. Posey?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay.
I'll object.
Okay. Sure.
I was objecting for Ryan.
Oh.
I apologize. I was trying to word to you just to put your email in the contact on the bill, your seat email.
I will still take a motion.
So moved.
Oh, okay. All right, we are now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to debate? If not, I will take a motion. Dr. Posey.
May I retain?
You may.
I think that this is an amazing proclamation to pass. Honoring somebody who is so vital in the community and the university is such a tremendous thing to do. And I think that this is just an amazing proclamation to have passed. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, we are now in voting procedure. All right, it passes unanimously, 9-0 to 0. All right, Proclamation 5442, proclamation celebrating Trans Day of Visibility, and if it'll load, on March 31st, and the Trans Week of Visibility in Action from March 25th to 31st. Senator Yalamanchili, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Trainer. So I wrote this proclamation because Trans Week of Visibility in Action is next week, and Trans Day of Visibility is next Sunday. And trans people in Florida and across many states in America are facing many attacks by politicians from a multitude of fronts, including bathroom bans, sports bans, curriculum censorships in education, as well as restrictions and bans on access to gender-affirming care. Trans Week of Visibility is something new. It's showed up 2 years ago. It was founded by civil rights attorney Chase Strangio and activist Raquel Willis to mobilize people against these attacks. And to summarize, each day has a significance. March 26th is to condemn drag bans. March 27th is to condemn healthcare bans. March 28th to condemn curriculum censorship and forced outing. March 29th to condemn bathroom bans, and March 30th to condemn sports bans before the 31st, which is Trans Day of Visibility. To add, despite all these attacks, awareness about trans people is growing in society. Trans people will continue to live their lives and be brave in the face of these attacks by these politicians and state governments. It is important that UCF student government acknowledge that and to encourage fellow people to take action, such as calling lawmakers to tell them that you oppose the kinds of legislation that they are proposing and to vote no on anti-trans legislation, as well as to encourage people to educate their family, friends, and other circles that they are in increasing the level of respect that there is for trans people in society, because not everybody has the same view, and there are people who frankly do not support trans people very much, and that should change. And this Trans Week of Visibility and Action is there to change that, to essentially encourage people to do their part in stopping the legislation, to raise awareness about the trans community, and the Trans Day of Visibility, which is on the March 31st, is there as a celebratory occasion, commemorating the life and achievements of trans people and the trans community as a whole, which I think is very important for this Senate to acknowledge. Thank you.
All right, we're now in a period of questioning. Any senators wishing to question? If not, I will take a motion. Ms. Spalding?
Move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in a period of debate. Campbell, I'll see Yalman Chili.
Move to see my amendments.
Okay, McClellan?
Move to see all the amendments on the page as a block.
All right, there's been a motion to see all the amendments on the page as a block. I will take a motion for speech, questioning, and debate.
Wait,
Spalding?
since this is his bill, does he need to make a motion to see his own amendments?
That's sad.
I will take a motion. McClellan?
Motion for 1 minute speech, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate.
All right, there's been a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate. Any objections? Yalman Chili, whenever you're ready.
All right, so the amendments just have two things. I forgot to put in the origin of Trans Week of Visibility and Action. So the first amendment that I put in is just a whereas clause that explains the origin and gives credit to the people who founded it. The second is a be it further resolved clause that I added that encourages UCF to protect, support, and help trans students thrive and live in a safe and welcoming campus environment, which I believe is fairly noble. And so that's pretty much it. And one question, we're seeing all these amendments as a block, right? And about DLeg McClellan's amendments, yes, my grammar isn't good. Thank you for correcting it. Thank you for the formatting. And yeah, those amendments are good.
All right, so we are now in a period of questioning. Capozzi?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Campbell?
May I retain?
You may.
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't support this. I don't talk about it much. I don't think I've really brought it up. But like, I'm trans. I take HRT meds. I'm probably going to be late up tonight's meds, seeing how long this meeting is going to go. But like, I exist. I'm right here.
you can't exactly erase me, albeit with laws in different state legislatures. There are attempts to remove people like me from the public picture. I did not know the concept of a trans person existed until I was 12. And it took 6 years for me to realize that that's who I actually was and to not hate myself for it. So allowing people, whether it be kids or adults, to actually see these people and understand who they really are, instead of having to villainize themselves to try and just get by day to day. It's really what it should be. And with that, move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, we are now in voting procedures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, passes unanimously, 9 to 0 to 0. Proclamation 5442 passes on first reading.
Well, that was the amendments.
Excuse me, yeah. Sorry, I kind of got carried away there. All right, so the amendments all pass on the page as a block. We are still in debate. Kira?
Yeah.
All right, McClellan and then Capozzi.
Yield to Campbell.
The same speech that I said before was meant to be for this. I did not realize that we were still on the amendments. So my apologies.
So I don't know if many of you have saw this, but I know that Mel had posted something about it earlier. I don't remember exactly where it was, but there was a queer, not a queer, it was a drag and donuts show, and it was at a high school. And they had actually removed it, canceled it, because a lot of people were outraged about it. And seeing how something like that, as simple and as wholesome, honestly, as just having donuts with somebody, it's no different than having donuts with any one of the other Senate members in the chamber. So how they could cancel and ban something like that with the ideas that they did, I just think is absolutely horrendous. And I think that things like this need to be noted. People need to be outraged. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. And I think that this is just something that needs to be passed. I really support this proclamation.
Awesome. Any other senators wishing to speak in debate? Salcedo.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. All right. Proclamation 5442 passes unanimously, 9 to 0 0 on first reading. Thank you, Senator Yalman-Chile. All right, moving back to the agenda. Sorry. New semester projects, none. Concern forms, none. Member discussion. Any members wishing to discuss? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business. Seeing McClellan.
I'm sorry. Something in my throat. Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
All right, there's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Vice Chair Spalding.
Same as initial.
All right, I hereby end this meeting at 8:57 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Alrighty. Is there a motion to return to announcements from the SBA committee? Alrighty. SBA committee, Chair Trainer.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. So last week meeting, we had a relaxing hybrid meeting before spring break where we took a look at a resolution supporting the use of open educational resources, as well as a proclamation recognizing October 10th as World Homeless Day, which we will see later today. In internal committee caucus time, we passed all of our Eternal Knights proclamations honoring 22 knights who passed away this year. As you can tell, there are a lot that we have to review tonight. I also wanted to extend an invitation to any of those who are interested. The ceremony for Eternal Knights will be held on Tuesday, April 18th, and in the Pegasus Ballroom. Tonight, we will also be looking at Yalman Chili's proclamation concerning Trans Day visibility and Trans Week of Visibility in Action, as well as a proclamation in honor of President Hitt and a resolution concerning CAPS funding. Not last but not least, but I also wanted to extend an invite to any of those who are interested. I was recently the president of the Muslim Student Association reached out to me. They're hosting Fastathon on Saturday, April 8th from 6:40 to 9. Fastathon is an interfaith Ramadan dinner to bridge the gap between UCF students, faculty, and staff of all faith or non-faith backgrounds, and will consist of speeches from UCF administration, faculty, staff, and student leaders. There will be those following with the break of fast for Muslims at 7:48. And after that, there will be dinner and open forum. So if you're interested in attending, they do have an RSVP form. So just feel free to reach out to me and I'll forward that over to you. Last but not least, if you're in SBA, please come to our meeting tomorrow. It will likely be hybrid. And we will be passing a resolution, from Chair Campbell. Other than that, I yield to questioning.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Trainer? Seeing none, moving right along, internal legislations, or motion to go to no solicitation on third reading. Any objections? Seeing our first Senator Simcoe.
Present and voting.
Sonota at 9:04 p.m. Alrighty, no solicitation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Internal Bill 5437 updates Title IX, LJR Committee. Chair Uriah, 5 minutes when you're ready.
All right, so I'll make this short since we've already seen this on second reading, and the amendments were kind of what people were most concerned with last time. But basically, this bill aims to add some accountability to being issued a censure as well as a non-compliance. And yeah, I'll yield to any questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Boris.
Yeah, so thank you for making these changes. I was wondering if you had any countermeasures to what I mentioned before of a non-compliance being issued that where they may not be able to return to compliance. Have you thought about that?
So I have not. So what I would assume would happen from there is that it would be kind of dropped. This is definitely something. Is Caitlin still here? Okay. I was going to say this is definitely something that, honestly, I'm so sorry. I forgot about that over break, but that Caitlin would have better input with, but I would assume it would just kind of fizzle out and be dropped. But I get your point there. But I don't see that being a big issue, hopefully. And I would assume that it would just be dropped. But yeah.
Alrighty, still in line for questions. Chair Boris.
A follow-up to my previous one. Yep. Would you be open to me maybe adding some type of amendment that says non-compliances where you cannot come back into compliance do not receive tier penalties?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Senator Donovan.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
one's yours?
It's just replacing.
Oh, because it says 5.
Yeah.
10. Okay. No, I think Cherry Ray. Is there a reason why that's that like that? Senator Donovan's amendment. Or it says replaces Tenton with 5 tier 2 penal. I'm just double checking because I saw it. I can't tell if it's adding up or something.
I think
That
that's
looks
fine.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll
That's
see that
okay.
as a technical.
Yeah.
Real quick, Dylan.
Brody.
I think it should be the word changed to 10, not the number changed to 5, because it's first it says from 5 to 10. This one should say from 10 to 15, and then it says over 15.
Okay, I'd see that as a technical. Alrighty, still in debate. Senator Berkman.
To differentiate between like what actually is 5 to 10 and 10 to 15, would Chair Urea be open to like a 5 to 9, 10 to 14, 15 or more?
I'm gonna say no, only because this is what Attorney General Moore would like. Like, this is what the structure she gave, and oh, she just walked in, and I think there was a lot more reason for that, but also, yeah, I think the way it is now is a lot more easy to kind of read and stuff for people, and I feel like changing all of it might, I don't know, might mess with things. But I would also ask Attorney General Moore, because this is the idea that she had for the time limits.
Senator Berkman, are you going to ask? To...
Yes. For AG Moore.
Wait, before we do that, is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? All right.
Thanks. For the days in here, just to clarify, between like 10 and 10 and 15 and 15, would it make more sense to say after 5 days and no more than 9 days, and then 10 days and no more than 14 days?
I do not think so. I think the reason that I kind of drafted it that way was so that it would include from the 5 to 10, it'd be like 5 all the way up to, right before you meet the mark of, say, that 10th day. So that's kind of like what the thinking was. And in similar documents I've seen that kind of had like a similar breakdown. That's usually how they format and write it, if that makes sense.
All right, cool.
Cherry Ray.
Motion to see my amendments as a block.
Motion to see Cherry Ray's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, debate? Chair Tupple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Cherry Ray, 3 minutes.
All right. So these amendments were discussed last time, and I did take into consideration the recommendations from AG Moore. The reason that I'm not adding the tier 1 violations down that are being deleted down to tier 2 is because I quite frankly don't think they will be passed this way, because I know there was a lot of issues before and a lot of concerns. And I think what I have amended now and proposed now is kind of a good way to meet in the middle with everyone that had those concerns. So basically what I have it as now is if you're issued a non-compliance after 5 days, but no more than 10, you will have a warning for non-compliance. And then for a censure, you'll have to meet with the current branch head and advisor, and that will serve as your warning for the censure. So yeah, I'll go to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Seeing no questions, is there a motion? Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the block of amendments. Is there anyone wishing to debate? Seeing none, is there a motion? Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, were there? Vote count of 24-0 the block of amendments passed favorably. We are still in debate on the bill. Vice Chair Spalding.
Mayor Retain?
You may not.
I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I was in support of this bill last meeting. I'm still in support of it this meeting. I'm going to be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, I was one of the dissenters before, but now with the changes, I'm a lot more in agreement with it. In addition, if you guys want to see my amendment, we can. If someone wants to move forward, if not, I'm not going to waste our time.
Senator Yalom-Chile.
So I opposed this bill last meeting, but I'm support it now because much of my concerns have been addressed. I think it is really good that when it comes to a censure, a tier 1 penal action just involves a meeting with a branch head and advisor on that being a disciplinary meeting. And I am happy that the loss of speaking privileges is limited to tier 2 penal actions. And so the amendments have made the bill a better bill, and I support this bill because I do believe it increases accountability of senators to the constituents that they represent. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
I guess I'll move to see Borges's amendment.
Motion to see Chair Borges' amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Dumble.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Borges, 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Basically, this just kind of protects the SG agent who gets non-compliance where they cannot return from being in non-compliance from getting the tier 2 and 3 penalties, as they are pretty severe. We did have a non-compliance in this session where the senator was unable to return, and I feel like it's unfair to them if they were given tier 2 or 3. You have the question.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. Senator Bergman.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
Mayor Retain?
You may.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty sensible amendment. I will be voting in favor of it. With that, move to vote on the amendment.
Motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count 27-0 the amendment passes favorably. We're still in debate on the bill. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the bill. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. We vote count 26-0 Internal Bill 5437 passes favorably on third reading. Moving right along to resolutions, Resolution 5437. Sponsor is not here. Is there a motion to move to Resolution 5438? Resolution 5438, resolution advocating for increased business ethics focus in the UCF College of Business. Is there a motion? Chair Hubble.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Donovan, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey y'all, I won't spend too long on this because we passed it pretty favorably in the last session, but I'm very excited to get to work on this bill and sending it out and having more meetings with administrators with this in my back pocket, and hopefully we can do something to really tangibly change the curriculum in the College of Business in a positive way. So really excited about it.
All righty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Double.
A quick question to you, Senator Donovan. Have you made any progress outside of this legislation with getting this class in order?
I've sort of taken a break from it outside of the Senate arena, just because there's other meetings that I'm going to have to be going to, and this is something that I can work on now that it's passed and be more effective with it.
Alrighty, we are Vice Chair Harrell.
Move to debate.
This motion go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Chair Turner.
May I retain?
You may.
All right. So yeah, we looked at this last week. I think this is a fantastic resolution. A lot of direction, a lot of information put in here, and great context. I'm really excited to see where this goes. Hoping to hear some update in the 55th session. But other than that, move to vote.
Motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 26 to 0, Resolution 5438 passes favorably on third reading. Moving right along, special acts none, notice legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills. Is there a motion? Chair Dumble.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Turner Bill 5438 updates Title 8 Finance Code, combining student government budgets. I will be motioning to postpone this one more time. Are there any objections to me postponing my bill? Seeing none, Turner Bill 5439 updates to Title 8 the Finance Code, fiscal leadership. Who'd like to speak on behalf of fiscal leadership? Chair Warhorse, if you'd like to, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it since McClellan's not here and my committee saw the bill. Essentially, this is just changes that fiscal leadership came up with. So that'd be Chair Millington, Chair Turnbull, myself, even Comptroller Urquhart. Basically changing things that were important, like spending caps for CRT and FAO for this next, pretty much preparing this next session with these caps, that they don't have to make those hard decisions right off the bat. We've already been through it for years. We understand it best. In addition, because of explanations from like judicial and other students, we are changing the fiscal probation policy for ORS to make it fiscal probation starts when they are notified and not automatically, which gives the students the opportunity to understand their probation and still pretty much debate for themselves and come to our committee to tell us what happened, help students' rights essentially. Other things include CRT removed the virtual conference funding, FAO reduced promotional items down to 800, and some other ones throughout here. And feel free to ask any of us who are here about the changes. And I believe I got everything. Yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. I'm going to go Vice Chair Harrell and then Chair Dumble.
I got a speech from Tribble who wanted to kind of go more in depth on the CRT portion, if that's okay if I read it from her. I think McClellan was supposed to, but he's not here right now.
I'll see it in debate as a point of information.
Okay.
If you want. Yeah. Chair Dumble.
This can be, I guess this is a question directed to Chair Millington because Daylight McClellan isn't present. In ORS, there was deliberation regarding a few ORS classes about FAOs, changes to their fiscal policy. Have you been able to discuss that with the DLEG at any point between Tuesday and today?
To clarify which whereas clause.
ORS Chair Borges, I will yield to him.
So it's chapter 826, general limitations. So 826.4J, I believe the questions regarding other internally focused RSO events and establishing in the whereas clauses more more of the surrounding information about that, so that in the future, if an attorney general needs to make an opinion on it, they understand the intent, because it could be seen as all encompassing.
All right, still in line for questions? Or Chair Millington, are you responding?
Did that answer your question, or was there like?
Chair Dunbar?
My follow-up was that have you been able to meet with Eli McClellan to draft those whereas clauses for this bill? That was my question. Sorry.
No, but I can.
Senator Domino?
So chapter 823.2. So I see that all of the other amounts were decreased minimally, but this one was a substantial increase. It looks like it was, never mind. I see the 3 now. I thought it went from 4,400 to 700. Never mind.
Still in line for questions? Seeing no other questions, their motion. Senator Domino?
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Then objection.
I guess I can ask my question in debate. Sorry.
Or Senator Domino, do you withdraw just for the sake of it? So we can get the question done.
Go for it.
Senator Bergman?
Sorry. Is there a way to better define internally focused RSO events for any of the fiscal chairs?
So this is something that me and Ryan discussed. We were thinking of different ways that we could word it. So I was gonna kind of talk about this in debate, kind of like a point of information on where this line kind of stemmed from, the changing of it. The main concern was that we've had some RSOs come through that were requesting funds towards events that were only planning on being for their RSO members. And as you know, like one of the requirements and for the rest of Senate for RSOs to receive funding towards events is that it has to be available to all UCF students. So kind of where this came from was that we were trying to steer away from RSOs requesting funding that would only go towards like their own RSO members and not be open to others. So that's kind of the wording that we came up with. If anybody has any better suggestions, because we didn't want to make it too broad or too narrow, but just kind of have something in there to kind of stop that from happening, in addition to like the banquets and inductions and awards.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Domino?
Motion to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Before we start, Vice Chair Harrell, did you want to read Chair Tribbles?
Sure. So it's kind of lengthy, so I'll try to read it quickly. So it says, for CRT's portion of the bill, we've decided to amend the wording of our timeline for the allocations in order to include a specific mention for international students. It's basically just updating our spending policy to be in line with what the business office already abides by. For those of you who may not know, international students require a longer processing time due to the fact that they have to collaborate with UCF Global in order to receive funding, which can take a few extra days or weeks. These specific 22 timeline came directly from the business office. We also updated the general limitations to include phrasing that outlined our committee's inability to approve funding through the forms of a refund. We already abide by this rule, but it isn't outlined in our statutes. Next, we lowered the overall RSO spending. Yeah, Bor has already went over this one. And then he mentioned that the virtual conferences was struck as well. So I think Bor has covered everything else.
All right, we're still in debate. All those wishing to debate. Senator Berkman.
Can we move to see my amendment on the bill?
There's a motion to see Senator Berkman's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
So those are 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Berkman, 3 minutes.
I think it's important to have a more narrow focus on this so that it's not interpreted too broadly or too narrowly in the future as a reason to either reject events that should be funded or approve of events that should not be funded. So I switched the text from internally focused RSO events to events restricted to RSO members. And I yield my time.
Now in line for questions. All those with questions. Vice Chair Harrell and then Chair Boris.
I was gonna make a motion.
Chair Boris.
I was just gonna ask if do you think this completely changes the intention though? Because it seems like saying restricted to RSO members is just the general that we have to have it open to all UCF students.
Yeah, okay. So I think that this works to restate that in a way that brings clarity to the individual RSO members in such a way that was intended by the original amendment to the bill.
All right, still in line for questions. Seeing none, take a motion. Chair Double.
Move to debate.
So motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate the amendments. Chair Boris.
I think it's better than what we had before, so I'll be voting in favor.
All right, still in line. Chair Double.
May I ask a question to the FAO chair?
You may.
Chair Millington, what is actually disregard? May I debate instead?
You may.
I think this should be a good replacement for the initial language. I would like to hear more debate though, so just so we can get a clearer understanding behind this intent.
Vice Chair Control.
I think it relatively better incorporates what the bill is trying to do. I mean, internally focused RSOs could be RSO events could be interpreted in a couple of different ways. So considering what we're specifically trying to do is restricted to RSO members, I think that this wording is a lot better than is already stated.
Deal McCollum.
I apologize that I was not here earlier for this, but speaking on the verbiage that we went with for internally focused, we left it that vague intentionally because they can get on a technicality that, oh, our event isn't restricted. It's not a induction ceremony, a banquet, or an award ceremony, and they would technically be correct. But if it's an event for the purpose of their members that's technically open, we still feel that is not, because the reason why we fund events and projects is to help the RSO fulfill their mission of spreading the word of their cultural club or their technical club or whatever it may be to as many students as possible. It should be externally focused. It should be something like a showcase or something of that nature. So when we were in fiscal leadership and in FAO, we decided that internally focused was the best verbiage to allow the committee to then decide if it truly is or is not. So that is just what I wanted to clear up on that matter.
Senator Bergman.
Sorry for missing committee the other day, but I would say that there are, just as there's an internal and external legislative assistant, there are internally and externally focused RSOs. Like there are RSOs that work to expand their presence as individual organizations, and then there are organizations that focus on other people. And so that, to me, brings a weird clarity where it shouldn't.
Chair Boris.
May I direct a question to Gila Cohen?
You may.
Do you know the amount of events that would be prohibited if this passed? Like, I know we funded a lot of galas for like cultural RSOs and even religious RSOs, would those be now not allowed?
So with what you're saying, for example, we've funded Passover and we've funded cultural dance events and things like that. And I believe that they would be still fundable, because every time we've heard events of those nature, whether they be cultural, religious, or other type of events, they've always said how they are trying to expand. For example, Hillel and Chabad, they're always advertising and welcoming anybody to come over and providing a place regardless of whether you're Jewish or not. For Ross Rampage, their cultural dancing competition, showing off their cultural dancing to anybody that can come and try to get as many people as possible, and all these great events. So I do not think that with this verbiage added, there would be anything that would restrict those types of events. I believe this would provide further clarification to prevent of people for applying for funding that would already be technically denied, and makes it easier to tell them that they are being denied for this reason, because we'll see events that are basically banquets or award ceremonies or induction or otherwise. They can call it whatever they want, but they're trying to, make it so that they can get the funding, and we ultimately can't fund events like that. So I feel like this is a good clarification we should keep.
Right, debate time has elapsed. Chair Dumble.
Move to extend debate time by 4 minutes.
Motion to extend debate time by 4 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Senator Berkman.
I would argue that the cultural organizations and several of the other organizations mentioned previously are externally focused RSOs. The organizations I would be worried about are the ones that are internally focused, like KXR or the guys that make the race cars and things like that. Those projects are not externally focused. They are based almost entirely on membership and abilities.
Chair Millington.
So two things. I think to bounce off of the conversation of projects, this is just for events, so this wouldn't affect projects. The project section in the spending policy kind of outlays the ability for the RSOs, even that are like more internally focused, to still get that funding, as it's not like a requirement to have the event that's open to all UCF students for the project. So this would just be like more for events. And then to bounce off of what D-Leg McClellan was kind of saying, I think the main place that this came from is that one of the things in a spending policy is that the RSO has to provide sufficient justification that the event fulfills the RSO's mission statement. The mission statement being like to spread awareness, as Ryan was kind of saying, about like the culture or about like a special technical thing. So we've just seen some instances where RSOs have come in wanting a celebration for like their RSO members or their RSO like leaders, to where they could argue that it's open to all UCF students. But at the end of the day, like that's not spreading their mission statement of like letting UCF students know about their RSO in the same way. So I think it just kind of comes down to leaving it in that general sense, to where the FAO chair can kind of provide that justification. As at the end of the day, I mean, the reason that we fund these events is for all UCF students to benefit. So I just think that leaving it the way that it was would be more beneficial in that sense.
Still in line for debate. D-Leg McClellan.
Move to vote on the amendment.
There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none. Were there? Vote count of 14 to 13 to 1. The amendment passes. We are still in debate. Pro Tem Foster.
Move the vote.
There's a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5439. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Were there? Vote count 27 to 0 to 1. Internal Bill 5439 passes favorably on second reading. Moving right along, resolutions. Resolution 5439, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to support the use of open educational resources. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Control, 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello. So this resolution is mainly, like it says in the title, is to promote the use of open educational resources. If you don't know what open educational resources are, they're free open textbooks and homeworks published by professionals and are licensed in a freely available way. So it's not, some people might confuse it with like pirating. This isn't pirating by any means. It's giving a free alternative to textbooks that cost money. This is a resolution that is sponsored by WikiNights. The RSO is present here, so any questions can be directed to him as well. But it also, this resolution was passed in the 53rd session. So basically, I wanted to put it through, see what the Senate floor thought about this resolution. This resolution in the 54th session, basically to reaffirm the sentiments of the past sessions. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And with that, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Chair Double.
So this can be either answered by the senator or by the representative of WikiNights. Oh, there you are. So first and foremost, love this initiative. But my general question would be like, what strategy do you have in store for trying to get this up to UCF as a whole? How do you intend on convincing UCF to, if not take this up, but then just broadly advertising it as a whole?
I yield that question to the RSO.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak, that being the RSO? Any objections? Seeing none.
Yeah, so by the way, hello, I am president for WikiNights. I am very happy about this resolution. So as far as that goes about what UCF is doing, I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say, but UCF is making some effort right now to put some money towards funding the use of open educational resources. And because it's kind of, it's, you know, since it has to do with like upper administration, I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about that. But from what I know, they are making an effort based on the resolution we passed last year.
Senator Castle.
Oops. Okay. I have two questions, if that's okay. One, has any like initiatives like taken, because I know it got passed in the 53rd session, so like have any initiative like progress like regarding the resolution after it passed last session? That's my first question.
So as far as things related to student government, I have worked with both Chair Trainer and with Senator Cantrell over the last semester or two now. And I'm happy to say that we have made some progress with that. We have reached out to many of the upper level administration members to basically get their word on it. And they have been supporting us. We have added a paragraph to the student government homepage. If you check it out, it now says student government is working to support open educational resources. As far as that goes, we have reached out to a couple of administrators and their administrators. So them getting back to us has been a little bit of a back and forth thing, but they have showed their interest that they want to work with student government and our organization. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was buffering, remembering it. There is progress right now. We are creating basically an open education committee between student government, our RSO, and another RSO on campus that's one of the sponsors, PERG. Basically, we all have the same mission of promoting these open educational resources. So that committee is something that will be going forward. Our club advisor works in the Division of Digital Learning, which focuses heavily on this topic. So we have been coordinating that, and that is something that I hope that we can continue to push forward with in the future. I hope that answered your question. That was a little long-winded.
Before you continue, Chair Trainer.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add on to both of the questions that came through. So, yeah, we've been working pretty hard on this for quite a while. I'm really excited. So, this resolution, I kind of see it as kind of a way to continue justifying the use of OERs. Again, this past year we've been pushing for it, and this is just this is one meant to it's meant to, I guess, like kind of act as a tool for administrators to see that this isn't just like a 1 year kind of issue. This is a multi-year thing with strategy for what we want to do with next year. Again, we want to pass another resolution to further show for the third year in a row that we're still in support. I've been in contact with our first year experience department to get a section for open educational resources added to new student orientation, so students know about that. As well as we're also going to be working with IT to see if we can as well as our faculty senate, to push for teachers to, instead of using platforms like PackBack or other quiz platforms that students have to pay for, to instead use free alternatives that already exist. So really excited about that. And we also have some student representation for, we already mentioned it, but for open educational resources, we'll be representing UCF. So we'll be furthering our voice with that. But I just wanted to share some of that info.
So, do you have a second follow-up?
This could be answered like really briefly. So I know like UCF has like a textbook purchase program. So like when you were speaking with admin, like did they say like any like intersecting conflicts that like this could like conflict with their own program? Like just curious.
That is a fantastic question. So I forget exactly the department that is in charge of it off the top of my head, but there are multiple ways that UCF themselves have stated that they want to help students with in relation to textbooks. One of them is that textbook purchase program, and one of them is open educational resources. So they themselves has said both are solutions. We are pushing for the one that is free rather than the one that is still requiring you to pay money. So, but both are supported by UCF.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Berkman.
So I fully support this. I think it's common sense to use open educational resources wherever possible. For any of us in this room, physics hasn't changed, math hasn't changed, English hasn't changed, or they've changed marginally throughout the years. It's not necessary to continue using this year's update to every book. I personally am in 2 classes right now that are using open source resources, and it's delightful. It saves money, and it's also much better for the environment. There's no need to buy a bunch of books if you can download free existing versions. Thanks.
I'm going to go Senator Yalman-Chile and then Chair Trainer.
So yeah, the UCF finds textbooks at cheaper prices than they would normally cost. I know that there's the first week opt-in program where people pay a reduced price, but that's still a lot of money. They still charge around $70, $80, maybe $100 and above. And using open educational resource, open source materials would greatly help reduce that cost, because $100 in savings is can perhaps allow a student to eat for 2 weeks or something like that. So using open source resources is significant cost savings for students, and paying less money and having stuff for cheaper is good. So I'll be supporting this bill.
All right. So yeah, like I already said this, but I'm in such support for this. It's been a long time coming, but this is not the end of this fight that I wouldn't say it's a fight. I'd say it's more of a journey, I guess. There's still a lot more that needs to be done, but I'm really excited to see where this goes, especially into the 55th session. Want to start off with a bang as soon as we get back. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to President Longsworth for being here. Thank you for Senator Contrell for writing the resolution, and shout out to James Paradiso for the Wiki Nights faculty. And that's it.
Alrighty. We've heard 3 speeches in affirmation. Are there any speeches in negation? Seeing none. Chair Noble.
Move to vote on Resolution 5439.
Motion to vote on Resolution 5439. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Were there? Vote count of 27 to 0. Resolution 5439 passes favorably on second reading. All right, moving to proclamations. Proclamation 5441, proclamation recognizing October 10th as World Homeless Day. Is there a motion? Chair Noble.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Senator Capozzi, 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you guys. So hello everybody. I have chosen to create a proclamation asking UCF to recognize October 10th as World Homeless Day. Homelessness is a critical issue that affects many people in the community and around the world. This is a topic that is close to heart, and I know that it is something many of you also care deeply about. This proclamation is aimed at showing the university and the students that we represent just how important recognizing World Homeless Day is. Homelessness is an issue that is often ignored or overlooked. It is something that we see on the streets every day, but also something that many people never fully understand. People who are homeless face a wide range of challenges, from finding a safe place to sleep at night to accessing basic necessities like food and clean water. They are often labeled with stereotypes and face discrimination from society, which can make it much harder to get back on their feet. By acknowledging this day, we can raise awareness about homelessness and the challenges that people who are homeless must experience every day. We can also show our support for organizations and individuals in the community that are working tirelessly to help those who are experiencing homelessness. I am grateful for the support of many other senators who have assisted me in this effort. This proclamation calls on the community to come together and take action to address homelessness. It recognizes the critical work of organizations like Coalition for the Homeless and SALT Outreach, as well as the wonderful employees and volunteers who make programs like this possible and available to those in need. Although my time in Senate is coming to an end, I hope that moving forward, Senate can continue to work together to address this issue and make a real difference in the lives of those experiencing homelessness. I urge you to take some time to learn more about this issue, to volunteer your time, or to donate organizations that are working to end homelessness. And I have included a link to an article that I did write that focused on the way in which the law criminalizes the homeless and how different barriers and stereotypes have only made it harder for these individuals to succeed in getting off the streets. I also wanted to say thank you, shout out Chair Trainer and Vice Chair Spalding, as well as the entire SBA committee and Ethan Temple for making this proclamation possible. And yeah, I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Chair Holmes.
Hi, Senator Capozzi. So as you know, homelessness is year round, and I noticed that you put that October 10th is. I was just curious as to why, I guess how about like this proclamation came about to you. I know you do a lot of work in the community regarding this.
So I really wanted to make this proclamation. I know it's something that I wanted to do from the beginning, and I just didn't really have the opportunity to until now. And when I was looking into it, it actually was already a thing. So October 10th was already, recognized as World Homeless Day. UCF already does several things to kind of recognize it, not necessarily World Homeless Day, but they do a Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week. I believe that they did an event this past week that focused on it. So I wanted to really just give a day that was focused on that community and try and kind of encourage other students to go out, volunteer, educate themselves on the issues. And I didn't mention this in my speech, but I meant to. I reached out to a couple organizations. So the SALT Outreach Chapter and then Hearts for the Homeless, they already do events events like donation drives for food, clothing, and everything that they already do for Homeless Day or World Homeless Day. But I wanted to have Senate work directly with them. They said once they get a new e-board that they would reach out to me and that we would be able to kind of collaborate with them on that.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Senator Bergman.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wish to debate. I'm going to go Chair Holmes first and then Chair Temple.
So I'm going to be in favor of this proclamation. The executive branch just had their homelessness seminar this past week, and I think keeping the momentum of that is very important. Yeah, I think what Senator Capozzi does within our community is very important and impactful, and I think that we'll echo that through the passing of this proclamation. That's all from me.
Okay, Chair Temple.
I'll yield to Chair Trainer, seeing as there are amendments.
Trainer.
Move to see all of Senator Capozzi's amendments as a block.
So much to see Senator Capozzi's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Capozzi, 3 minutes.
I don't know if you guys want to actually like read through all of them, but I did kind of make, if you can see them, I don't know. No, you cannot. Comments on each of them, but basically a lot of the clauses that I took out, I either tried to combine with other clauses because they were very similar, or I removed them because there were other clauses that basically stated the same thing or that just didn't seem as impactful as some of the other statistics that were included. But yeah, everything's pretty much there.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. Senator Bergman.
So does this simply clarify or consolidate and make more, I guess, straightforward the resolution?
Yes. So the resolution was a little bit long because we wanted to include a lot of things. So we were just trying to shorten it down. So I was trying to just keep the most pertinent information in there.
Senator Bergman.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Right. So coming from the one person who loves to write so much that their hand starts to freaking cramp up, I do find these amendments to be very important as it does lean up and consolidate the information, as Senator Capozzi had said, and I can recognize some of those as my own. So very sorry for artificially extending your a bill like this, but nevertheless, very good amendments. With that, move to vote on the amendments for Proclamation 5441.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count 26-0-2. The amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate. Chair Temple, you go.
So, as Senator Capozzi had said, I had helped her with this proclamation, and I had learned so much more than I had anticipated regarding the situation of the homeless, not just in Florida, but in the United States as a whole. It's a very, very systemic issue in not only just this state, but in the country as a whole. And it's only going to get worse considering how high housing prices are going to be. Like, for example, how affordable housing is one of our very own priorities for Day of the Capitol. And the current rent right now in Orlando is close to $2,000, which is patently absurd. But that's how the market works. But nevertheless, we can't let the market alone solve everything. There has to be action on this, and this is a tremendous first step on the part of Senator Capozzi, who I know has made her entire career here in Senate to push for the homeless. And I'm very, very happy to see her finally bring this to fruition in what I consider to be her magnum opus on legislation. So I will be voting in favor of this bill, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Chair Spalding.
May I retain?
You may.
So Senator Capozzi and I, along with everyone at SBA, worked really hard on this proclamation. This was supposed to be read like weeks ago, so she's been the most patient in dealing with this. But I really do like this piece of legislation. I think that it's needed and that it's going to benefit those who it's going to benefit actually everyone who either needs to be more informed or who just needs to be helped. So I'm going to be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone to do the same. And with that, move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Proclamation 5441. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 27 to 1. Proclamation 5441 passes favorably on second reading. Pro Tem Foster.
Motion to go back to the reapproval of the agenda.
So motion to return to the approval agenda of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Foster.
Motion to place Proclamation 5419, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 42, and 43. Oh my God. On notice of legislation on second reading.
It's a motion to move those proclamations to notice legislation on second reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Foster.
Motion to approve the agenda.
It's a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to notice legislation on second reading proclamations.
It's a motion to move to notice legislation on second reading proclamations. Are there any objections? Seeing none. We are now there. All right, proclamations. Pro Tem Foster.
Move for unlimited speeches, no questioning, 10-minute debate.
Motion for unlimited speeches, no questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to see proclamations 5441 through proclamations 5419 through 40 as a block.
So motion to see proclamation 5419 through 5440 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Proclamation 5419. I'm going to pass it over to Chair Trainer. I know y'all have a system and everything.
All right, everybody. So I know there are a lot that we're going to look at, but I think they're very important. And I just wanted to share a couple words before we started. I just wanted to say, first off, thank you to D-Lug McClellan, who's not in the room, but has been behind the scenes talking to exec, judicial, and election board, who have all come together to unite with legislative branch to pass these proclamations. So I'm really excited to see some student government unity with that. And also, I just wanted to thank D-Lug McClellan because he also went through and edited all of them. There were quite a lot, so I appreciate that. So I wrote all of the proclamations, and even though you'll all see them tonight, you didn't get to see all of the words that I had to read, all of the stories of the people, not just those who went to school and perished, but the words of their families and their friends and people that knew them. And it was really, it was a unique and really eye-opening experience to see how your life can just be changed like that, and how much of an impact it can make on other people. So while we're doing this tonight, I just ask that all of you appreciate who you are now and what you have, because it can all change. So with that, before we begin, I just wanted to ask for just a quick moment of silence for the 22 students that will be honored at the Eternal Night ceremony this year. All right, thank you. So we're going to begin with Proclamation 5419, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Gina M. Clifton. Gina M. Clifton was remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. She was a proud student at UCF. She was pursuing a college teaching and leadership certificate in the College of Community Innovation and Education.
She actually worked for UCF as an admission specialist for UCF Connect, where she helped to guide many young students, not just through UCF Connect, but through their life and through this institution. She was also a proud photographer and artist. I got to see some of her work. She was like I said, a photographer. She took natural photos, and they were really cool, and they were featured in UCF's Hidden Artists exhibit for more than 2 years. And one quote that I found from an interview about a year or two before she passed was that one of her mottos was that every day has a new beginning and every day has new opportunity. So I just wanted to recognize her as a constant inspiration, that we should all honor her with respect, and therefore be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate that we acknowledge and remember the life of Gina M. Clifton, and that we show that family members that they're not alone and that we're here to support them as well. With that, I'm going to move on to Proclamation 5420, proclamation in memory of UCF student Christian Alberto Cruz Paez. He was also a student who graduated recently. He was pursuing a degree in electrical engineering in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, graduating in summer of 2022. And while I wasn't able to find much information about him, by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, we acknowledge and remember the life of Christian Alberto Cruz Paez, and we want to show family members that they're not alone and that we will always cherish them. All right, Proclamation 5421, proclamation in memory of UCF student Tiago Echeverria Saliba. Tiago was also proud to be a student at UCF. They were pursuing a career in technical education degree in the College of Community Innovation and Education. Tiago had dreams of working as an engineer, and from some of the comments that I found through his obituary, he was, quote, reaching for the heavens always. He worked for over a year as an admissions outreach representative at the University of Michigan, where he earned his Bachelor's of Science in both Applied Mathematics and Aerospace Engineering, where he later came to UCF. And the UCF community suffered a great loss with Tiago leaving us. So therefore be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate that we acknowledge and remember his life and show that family members that they are not alone. And last from me, Proclamation 5422, proclamation in memory of UCF student Gerald Edward Foley. He was also pursuing career in technical education with the College of Community Education. And while I wasn't able to find any information in regards to Gerald, we've suffered a great loss, and we need to recognize as a university and remember his life and show family members that they're not alone. Because there are so many, and I'm sure everyone's getting tired of listening to me, I'm going to be yielding to Senator Capozzi.
Hello, everybody. So I am going to be speaking on Proclamation 5423, and this is to remember the life of Nicholas Michael Gargaro. I hope I said that right. But he is remembered by friends and family. He was proud to be a UCF student pursuing a degree in film in the College of Sciences. He was an extremely talented artist and musician, winning 2 state championships and played in New York's Carnegie Hall, as well as the prestigious Midwestern Clinic. Nicholas was also a member of UCF's Marching Knights and was also a proud member of the Drum Corps International, playing with the world-renowned cadets in 2019, playing trumpet, and in 2021 playing the mellophone. Nicholas was also enjoyed playing MSD hockey and was a huge Flyers fan and Panthers when not playing the Flyers. Enjoyed scuba diving, participating in Spartan and other races, and going to the gym to grind. He has also been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Nicholas Michael Gargaro, and UCF shall remember Nicholas with honor and respect. It is by the 54th session of Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledging and remembering the life of Nicholas Michael Gargaro, and that his family and friends know that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will forever cherish his memory. And with that, I am also going to be reading Proclamation 5424. And this one is for David Manuel Gonzalez. He is remembered by friends and family for being a proud UCF student pursuing a degree in digital media in the College of Sciences. David was also seen caring for his little siblings, who he cared deeply for. He enjoyed spending time with his family, traveling to many places like Hollywood, France, and he has also been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The community has suffered a great loss with his tragic passing, and we want to make sure that David Manuel Gonzalez is honored and respected, that by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida acknowledge and remember the life of David Manuel Gonzalez, and that his friends and family know that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that his memory will forever be cherished. And with that, I am yielding to Pro Temp.
Excuse me. Proclamation 5425 is a proclamation in memory of student Ajaru Hack. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Ajaru Hack is remembered by friends, family, fellow students as an exemplary person, member of the UCF community. Ajaru was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. He's been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Ajaru Hack, and UCF shall remember Ajaru Hack with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 51st Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Ajaru Hack, and a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Ajaru Hack at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they're not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Ajaru Hack's memory. Next, we have Proclamation 5426. Proclamation 5426 is a proclamation honoring UCF student Carter Robert Jensen. Carter Robert Jensen is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Carter was proud to be a UCF student pursuing a degree in information technology with a focus in cybersecurity in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. Carter played Haggerty Pop Warner football, Oviedo Babe Ruth, Oviedo Little League, Blue Dolphin swimming, Stingrays, triathlon team, and many other sports, including cross country and track, all 4 years at Haggerty High School. Carter worked for the athletic departments, filming all UCF sports, and later became a member of the UCF Knights football team, earning a scholarship with the video department. Carter loved his job and the team he worked with. Carter had a very adventurous spirit. He loved roller coasters, whitewater rafting, zip lining, hiking, skydiving. He was always willing to try new food, no matter how spicy or exotic. He's been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Carter Robert Jensen, and UCF shall remember Carter Robert Jensen with honor and respect. Therefore, be resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Carter Robert Jensen. Be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Carter Robert Jensen at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they're not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Carter Robert Jensen's memory. And with that, I will be yielding to Senator Kira.
All right. I'm reading Proclamation 5427, which is a proclamation in memory of UCF student Pedro Miguel Jimenez. Pedro Miguel Jimenez is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Pedro was proud to be a student at UCF pursuing a degree in psychology in the College of Sciences. After achieving his associate's degree, Pedro moved to New York for a short time, pursuing happiness in his youth. He loved the bustling city. He dedicated himself to his beloved church in downtown Orlando, as well as the homeless community, committing himself to learning the names of everyone he interacted with. Through his church, Pedro volunteered much of his time and even became a certified Stephen minister to help counsel others. His aspirations were to pursue his master's to become a licensed social worker and therapist to continue to serve others. Pedro was a beautiful young soul, and he led his life with unconditional love and time for others. His favorite hobbies included learning from others, reading many books, and playing video games with friends. Above all, he always made time for his family, who he loved dearly. He has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Pedro Miguel Jimenez, and UCF shall remember Pedro Miguel Jimenez with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Pedro Miguel Jimenez, and be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family to let them know that they are not alone in this difficult time. Next, I'll be reading Proclamation 5428, which is a proclamation in memory of UCF student Creone E. Lenertz. Creone E. Lenertz is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Creone was proud to be a student at UCF pursuing a graduate degree in public policy in the College of Community Innovations and Education. Creone was born 10 weeks early in St. Paul. She was named after a book about a warrior angel with the name Creone. Before coming to UCF, Lenertz was a 2002 graduate of the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy and was a proud member of the U.S. MMA Regimental Marching Band. She worked for a merchant marine officer for Military Sealift Command and sailed for a year abroad, USNS Tippecanoe. Her favorite memories in life came from her time in Hawaii as well as in Greece and Angel's Landing in Ziona National Park. Lenertz touched many lives and made a great impact in her community. She thrived on helping the local Oviedo community by volunteering at the Hope Chest Thrift Store Boutique. She has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Creone E. Lenertz, and UCF shall remember Creone E. Lenertz with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Creone E. Lenertz, and be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family to let them know that they're not alone in this difficult time. And I am yielding to Vice Chair Spalding.
Good evening. I'm going to be reading Proclamation 5429, which is a proclamation in memory of Robert Kevin Mayers. Robert is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community, and was proud to be a student at UCF pursuing a degree in film in the College of Sciences. He has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Robert Kevin Mayers, and UCF shall remember Robert Kevin Mayers with honor and respect. Therefore, be it further resolved by the 54th Student Senate of UCF, acknowledge and remember the life of Robert Kevin Mayers, and that a copy of this proclamation will be sent to the family of Robert Kevin Mayers at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Robert Kevin Mayers' memory. Next, I will be reading Proclamation 5430, which is a proclamation in memory of UCF student Rashida Mondal. Rashida Mondal is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community, and was proud to be a student at UCF pursuing a degree in computer science in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. She has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Rashida Mondal, and UCF shall remember Rashida Mondal with honor and respect. Therefore, be it further resolved by the 54th Student Senate of UCF, we acknowledge and remember the life of Rashida, and that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Rashida Mondal at the Eternal Nights Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Rashida Mondo's memory. And now I will yield to Senator Simcoe.
Proclamation in memory of UCF student Evan Michael Moore, Proclamation 5431. Evan Michael Moore is remembered as by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Moore was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in electrical engineering in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. He has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Evan Michael Moore. UCF shall remember Evan Michael Moore with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the UCF, acknowledge and remember the life of Evan Michael Moore, and that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Evan Michael Moore at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Evan Michael Moore's memory. Proclamation 5432, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Adam Oberkresser. Adam Oberkresser is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Oberkresser was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in political science in the College of Sciences. He has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Adam Oberkresser, and UCF shall remember Adam Oberkresser with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate at the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Adam Oberkresser, and that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Adam Oberkresser at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Adam Oberkresser's memory. I yield the rest of my time to Salcedo.
Proclamation 5433 is to honor the student Rosh Gabriel Parameo. He is remembered by his loved ones as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. He was proud to be a UCF student and was pursuing a degree in computer science. He is remembered by many as a respectful, kind young adult who grew up before his neighbors, watching him walk to the bus each morning. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Rosh Gabriel Parameo, and UCF shall remember Rosh Gabriel Parameo with honor and respect. The 54th Student Senate of UCF acknowledges and remembers his life, and a copy of this proclamation will be sent to his family to show them that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Rosh Gabriel Parameo's memory. Proclamation 5434 is to remember the UCF student Adam C. Simji. Adam is remembered by his loved ones as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. He was a proud UCF student pursuing a degree in finance. Adam was the type of person who would always help people in need, helping coworkers, treating homeless people to McDonald's, and even helping strangers with car trouble. He wasn't afraid to stop and help a stranger because helping people was his instinct. And although he was introverted, those who knew him couldn't help but love Adam. Adam treated his girlfriend Paula's siblings like they were his own, and he was described as smart, determined, funny, and creative. Adam brought light to the people around him. He made those around him smile and laugh at his jokes, and he taught Paulus what love looks like and inspired her to continue her education at UCF to become a marriage counselor. He knew not to take things seriously and how to lift the spirits of those around him. Organizer of funds Ali Irshad said that he was a rock for his family and that he died protecting his loved ones as a hero. UCF will remember Adam C. Simji with honor and respect, and the UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Adam. So the 54th Student Senate of UCF acknowledges and remembers the life of Adam C. Simji, and a copy of this proclamation will be sent to his family at the ceremony to show them that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Adam C. Simji's memory. With that being said, I yield to Senator Campbell.
Proclamation 5435, proclamation in memory of UCF student Kathleen M. Stanton. She was remembered by friends, family, and the students around her as a pillar to the community. She was a psychology major working in the College of Sciences. And while unfortunately I personally don't have much to say about her, I have no doubt that her family has troves of memories that they would love to share, given the chance. We will remember her with honor and respect, and be it resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to her family at the Eternal Night ceremony to show that it's not just her, that they are not alone in this time, and that we will cherish her memory. Proclamation 5436, a proclamation in memory of UCF student Michaela Renee Thomas. She will also be remembered by her friends, us, UCF community, and her family. She was a proud student here. She was pursuing an English degree at the College of Arts and Humanities. She was described as always having the most beautiful smile on her face, one that would light up the room. She was seen as this angel that was always the most positive thing whenever you saw him. Just the brightest thing shining whenever you walked in. We've suffered a great loss by losing her, and we remember her with honor and respect. Be it resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to her family at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show her and wherever she is and her family members that they will not be alone at this time, and that we as a community will cherish her memory. I now yield to Nimbargi.
All right, thank you. So, proclamation in memory of UCF student Nicholas Nathaniel Thomas, proclamation 5437. Nicholas Nathaniel Thomas is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Thomas was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in interdisciplinary studies in the College of Undergraduate Studies. Thomas was a beloved student at UCF. Loved ones say he always brought laughter and smile wherever he went. Most days, Thomas would be on the mat or the sidelines, hyping up fans as a cheerleader for UCF. Thomas was preparing to graduate college in December and moved toward his dream of becoming a commercial pilot, a dream of his since he was a young boy. Thomas received his pilot's license back in 2017 with the help from John Roche, an instructor at Highlands Engineering and Aviation Technology Academy in Sebring. Loved ones described Nix as a bright light, a hardworking and loving son, brother and friend who brought joy to everyone. Thomas never met a stranger and loved connecting with fans. He was a devoted son, a dedicated teammate, and loved coaching the many youth and high school cheerleaders in our community. His love for UCF was second only to his love for his family. He has a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Nicholas Nathaniel Thomas, and UCF shall remember Nicholas Nathaniel Thomas with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Nicholas Nathaniel Thomas. I'll now move to Proclamation 5438. In memory of Ernest Jerome Wade. Ernest Jerome Wade is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Wade was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in music in the College of Arts and Humanities. Mr. Wade was described as an awesome band coach, big brother, father, and uncle to many. He was described by many as a kind and gentle soul. In the music graduate department, many students used to tell others to live like Ernest, and is honored because of his ability to fill up the room with joy. He has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Ernest Jerome Wade, and UCF shall remember Ernest Jerome Wade with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate, acknowledge and remember the life of Ernest Jerome Wade. And I'll now be passing it to Pro Tempore Foster.
Proclamation 5439, proclamation in memory of UCF student Deshaun Marquise Waller. Deshaun Marquise Waller is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person, member of the UCF community. After he graduated from West Broward High School in June 2017, he majored in accounting at Broward College, where he earned his Associate of Arts degree. Waller was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in marketing and College of Business Administration. He enjoyed playing basketball, anime, watching K-dramas, listening to music, and working on his car. Waller gave his all to ensure he exceeded all expectations, whether for himself or others. In the 8th grade, he scored the highest in the county on the West test. He was a 3-year letterman in football, a member of the National Honor Society, and studied a dual language of Japanese. He was so fluent, he would list it as an additional language on his resume. Waller started his first business in high school, targeting a social media marketing called Interbook, which led him to become a social media influencer in anime, as well as a car club community, in which he had hundreds of thousands of followers on platforms such as Twitter and Instagram. He was very spiritual, and he believed that each of us were a higher being that chose to be here. He always said that we controlled our own destiny, and he lived his life unapologetically without any regrets. He was a genuine person and good to everyone. He had one of the most beautiful souls and leaves a huge hole in the hearts of his family, friends, and he touched the lives of so many people. He's been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Deshaun Marquise Waller. And UCF shall remember Deshaun Marquise Waller with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Deshaun Marquise Waller. And be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Deshaun Marquise Waller at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and the UCF community will cherish Deshaun Marquise Waller memory. Proclamation 5440, proclamation in memory of UCF student Yuri Richard Yanamaka. Yuri Richard Yanamaka is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person, a member of the UCF community. Yanamaka was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in civil engineering and the College of Engineering and Computer Science. Yanamaka enjoyed spending time volunteering with Oakland Nature Preserve and Orlando's Hoshuko, where he would teach Japanese students during the weekend. He's been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Yuri Richard Yanamaka. And UCF shall remember Yuri Richard Yanamaka with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 54th Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, acknowledge and remember the life of Yuri Richard Yanamaka. Be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Yuri Richard Yanamaka at the Eternal Night Ceremony in the effort to show family members that they're not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Yuri Richard Yanamaka's memory.
All right, we're now in line for debate. Chair Holmes.
I just wanted to speak on Rosh for just a few seconds. So Rosh was like a beloved and respected individual at University High School. That's down the street from here. And I went there. And so Rosh was he was class of 2020. He was 1 year ahead of me. And when I found out about Rosh's death, I was very devastated because this was the third individual from my high school that we've lost. And Rosh was a dedicated band student. He was in band for all 4 years of high school and an IB student here at UHS. And I just want to say here that my heart goes out to his family, friends, and fellow UCF and UHS students, because when you lose someone from your high school, it's very surreal, especially when you've seen them go through all 4 years. And Rosh and I weren't especially close, but I do have very close friends that were close to Rosh. So when he passed, it just really hurt me because it hurts to see people that you care about hurting as well. And my heart just goes out to his family and to his friends. And if anybody knows and anyone being written about in these proclamations, my heart goes out to you because it's just very difficult hearing this. And that's all from me.
Vice Chair Spalding.
I think that I know this is a heavy thing to do. It takes an emotional toll on a lot of people, but I think that this is the best and greatest way to show that we love our Knights, we support our Knights and their families, and it's a great way to honor them and all that they've done and to recognize all that they would have done as well, that they were lights at this university. But I'd also like to make a motion, if I may.
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to see Chair Trainer's amendments on Proclamation 5439 as like technicals, if possible, because they don't change the meaning of the legislation.
I'll see them as technical. Chair Temple and Senator Berger.
I wanted to speak on Ms. Leonard's in particular. I did not know Ms. Leonard's at all, but I currently have her obituary pulled up here, and it hit so much closer to home than I had expected because she had suffered an illness that is very, I don't want to dig too deep into the details, but I'm just going to leave it at the fact that it just hit it hit me closer to home than I expected. And I also wanted to speak on Mr. Waller as well, because he is like the amount of information that was discussed with Mr. Waller I'm sorry, but I've always been told to slow down, and these Eternal Knights proclamations have continued to open that idea up to me, and I encourage you all to please take the time and slow down and check your surroundings, check the people who you're with, because it can all be taken like that. Cherish it. I'm sorry.
I'd like to move for singular references to individual names, as in the first name or the last name, be all as the first name. I think it's more personal and it hasn't been applied consistently through the proclamations. So I don't know, whatever people think about that.
Senator Posey.
I'm really sorry that I didn't. I blanked when we were in SBA, but there is another individual who does not have a proclamation mentioned here, but I thought about him and I wanted to make sure that he was included. So there was an individual, Will Carpenter. He was a member of the UCF bass fishing team. I know that throughout the semesters, he had been fighting a really hard battle with cancer. It was really rare, and there were several. They did a lot of funding to try and help him with his medical expenses. And it showed how much the community really cared and came together to really help an individual student that was suffering. And I'm sure that he felt that love throughout his time here. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, no matter how much money they got, and the medicine just didn't work. So I just wanted to say Will Carpenter, and I just wanted to read like a quick little excerpt that they had posted, and it just said, the UCF BASS team has lost a great guy to a rare aggressive form of cancer. He was a fighter who underwent chemo for over a year, and throughout the process fished as much as he was physically able to, even winning a local tournament during his battle, kind of to show you guys that even during your toughest times, there are things that you are still able to do, and to try and make the most out of the time that you do have when you have it.
Still in line for debate, if anyone would like to. I'm going to pass the gavel here. Call on me.
Speaker Hall.
Yeah, I know that was difficult for a lot of people, and I appreciate SBA members for taking the time to read those out. When I discussed with Pro Tem Foster and Dealer McClellan what the best way to go forward with honoring those was, we decided something akin to what we just did of having the members read out each proclamation and read about each person was the ideal way to make sure that each individual person was honored. Speaking personally, I know for some people it may be hard when you hear about somebody that you know, or in my case, it was Sean Waller, who went to my high school, graduated my sister's year. I'm not claiming to know him very well personally, but I did know who he was. It's difficult. And I think when we kind of look at it in a wider sense, something I kind of want to emphasize is that it's unfortunate. It's awful. I think something of note, and I'm glad that in the proclamations we recognize as friends and family, but in particular, I think one of the worst pains that anyone can go through is burying their child, and that we honor the parents. You know, they've seen their children grow, and it's a difficult pain. But I think in times like this, what I'm reminded of, it was the theologian Kierkegaard who said, faith sees best in the dark. And there are a lot of families that are in darkness right now, and it's their faith in each other that helps get them out of it. The pain doesn't go away. We all know that. We all have experienced pain and hardship ourselves. But I think that a way that we can honor not just the individuals we read out, not just the individual that Senator Capozzi mentioned, and others that we're aware of who may not have been UCF students, but we knew personally throughout the year that have passed. I myself know multiple people from my high school who passed this year, is that the best way that you can honor them is by living, by doing the most you can with the time that you have. I think there were senators that said it and said it best, that you don't know when today's your last day. But I think that what we can do to make sure that the memory of those we've lost and the memory of those that we've lost in past years, I know for some senators, this is not the only time that you have gone through the Eternal Nights proclamations, is to continue to do the best that you can with the time that you have. To Chair Temple's point, care about the people around you. Take the time to check in on people. Maybe you haven't called your mom in a while, call your mom. Maybe you haven't talked to your friend. Maybe they were back in high school, talk to them. Make the time, because oftentimes there's not enough time in the world. But with that, I'd like for us to motion to vote.
Passing the gavel back.
All right, there was a motion to vote on the proclamations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 30 to 0 to 0. The block of proclamations passed favorably on second reading. Deezer Patel.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
It's been motioned for a 5-minute recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 5-minute recess starting now. Alrighty, I reconvene this meeting at 10:55 p.m. Proclamation 5442, proclamation celebrating Trans Day of Visibility on March 31st and the Trans Week of Visibility in action from March 25th to the 23rd, or 25th to the 31st. Before we begin, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Tuple?
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Yalmanchili, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I introduced this proclamation in the context that next week is Trans Week of Visibility and Action, and next Sunday is Trans Day of Visibility. Trans Day of Visibility is an annual observance that celebrates the life and achievements of the trans community, and this is like one might say the positive counterpart to Trans Day of Remembrance, which is in November, that commemorates the lives lost due to transphobic violence. But this is an uplifting one, and I believe it should be recognized and celebrated. It was founded by Rachel Crandall, who is a trans activist from Michigan in 2009, and later in 2021, the civil rights attorney Chase Strangio and activist Raquel Willis launched Trans Day Week of Visibility and Action in 2021 to mobilize people digitally and in real life to stop and resist transphobic attacks by state legislatures across the country. And so Trans Week of Visibility and Action encourages people to contact their lawmakers and tell them that they oppose this transphobic legislation and that they want their lawmakers to vote no, as well as to encourage people to educate their friends, their families, and other circles therein about the struggles that trans people face, to bring awareness to discrimination faced by the trans community, and increase the social acceptance and tolerance of the transgender community. And each day in this week has a significance. March 26th is to condemn drag bans. March 27th is to condemn restrictions and bans on access to gender-affirming care. March 28th is to condemn curriculum censorship and forced outing. March 29th is to condemn bathroom bans. March 30th is to condemn sports bans. These are issues that we very much face in Florida. I believe we already have an athletic ban on trans women in sports. We have bills currently in the Florida state legislature that would prohibit trans people from using the bathroom that they identify with. And we also have extreme curriculum censorships like the expansion of the Don't Say Gay bill. We have bills that seem to completely outlaw gender-affirming care for trans youth and to strip away insurance coverage for gender-affirming care of all trans people. This is incredibly dangerous, and this is something that the UCF Senate should be calling attention to. And so this is why I believe that Trans Week of Visibility and Action should be encouraged, to encourage people, whether in this body or whether in other bodies, whether they're in queer communities or whether they're cis and straight allies, to do their part in helping their fellow citizens and combating the marginalization we are seeing in society. And so that is what this proclamation aims to do. It is to celebrate the achievements of trans people and call to action people from all backgrounds in order to protect, strengthen, and support trans people thrive and live in safe and welcoming environments. And thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any questions? Tip questions. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Dumble.
SB 1674, HB 1421, HB 999. Those are the bills that are currently attacking the transgender community in this current state legislature. These are the bills that we are advocating against and today at the Capitol. These are the bills that can very well imperil transgender communities in this state. That sounds rather dramatic, but that's not what it means to the transgender community as a whole. To them, it is an attack on their very existence. I myself am not transgender. I am not a part of the LGBT community, but I do know people who are. I have friends who are in that community, and it absolutely disgusts me how we are doing this all over again. That we are discriminating against people for who they are and who they want to be. We've done this so many times in this country's history. And from African Americans to Asian Americans to Hispanic Latin Americans, this has been done over and over and over and over again. And the memo seems not to have gotten across. Let people be who they want to be. You cannot change anybody, period. You cannot erase people from their histories or from your next door. Transgender people are just that. They are people. Transgender students are just that, students. Transgender members of society are just that, members of society. They are out there, and we, as a body, accept them for who they are. I strongly encourage you all to vote for this proclamation. And this is not a political issue. This does not need to be a political issue. For one to exist, should not be political. It never, ever goes well for people when they try to make an identity political. That is all.
Senator Costas.
Yeah, I just think it's important that we really consider and think about this resolution and consider some of the sentiments that Yalaman, Chile, and Temple have stated, especially Temple listing some of the different demographics that our lawmakers have periodically selected to be our enemies, so they can seize on the divisions that exist between us as they continue to pillage our government and our state of affairs. And so don't forget that we're kind of told to hate our neighbor in this country, and that's how it's been since the start of our country, starting with the Native Americans. And then they've cycled through every identity, and as every identity has achieved some sort of victory, they've now selected the transgender community to go along with all the other communities that they've been harassing and discriminating and marginalizing. So please vote in favor of this resolution and fight for those that are part of our community, because we are all in this together.
Senator Bergen.
I would just like to say that one of the most apolitical organizations in this country, the United States military, has time and time again showed that equality is possible among people, from race to gender to sexual orientation to now also gender. Folks in the U.S. military have shown that we can fight side by side. We can exist side by side. We are the same people.
Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Proclamation 5442. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 28 to 1 to 0. Proclamation 5442 passes favorably on second reading. Proclamation 5443. President Foster, you had a motion.
Move to postpone Proclamation 5443 until next meeting.
So motion to postpone Proclamation 5443 till next meeting. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Special acts, none. Senate Forum. Vice Chair Control.
Motion to postpone resolution 5437 until next meeting.
There's a motion to postpone resolution 5430. What? Which one? 37 until next meeting. Any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion to return to Senate Forum? Alrighty. Senate Forum, Senator Costas.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I know we've had a heavy meeting and we ended that honoring of the Eternal Nights with discussions on loving your neighbor. And as I mentioned before, we're living in a time where even during COVID, we can all kind of subtly feel it, the underlying notion that everybody around you is competing against you to achieve financial wealth. And it's sort of absolving itself into society in a way that is making us not as trustworthy, and it's harder to communicate with one another. And I'm saying this because I'm not going to be at the last Senate meeting. So I just wanted to emphasize again, cherishing the people around you and working with them to achieve a better community. On a brighter note, I know I gave you guys updates last week on recycling initiatives that I've been working on, and Campus Crossings just called me today and they said that they're going to be implementing recycling over there within the next 2 to 3 months. And that was solely done with the Senate resolution. Yeah, that was done with just the Senate resolution. So to those of you in the next session, please realize that you can really, really do a lot with this position. It brings a lot of benefits and it brings a lot of connections to do good. So I'm just happy to know that over the next few decades, thousands and thousands of students will be recycling because of something that we did.
Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. On a lighter note, I just wanted to say we are a week away from our big day. I'm so excited and I cannot contain it. This is the biggest secret I've kept, and it is very, very hard. Also, we are up by $10 in the Pine contest for Night-a-thon. I would make my entire life if we raise the most money. Plus, I personally need to pie Pro Temp Foster and President Hall. It will make my life, honestly. Love y'all though, but we are up by $41. Venmo Jen, and that's it from me.
We do it for the kids. Pro Temp Foster.
I just start off by saying I prefer to not be pied in the office. But so it's no secret, I'm a graduate student, one of the only ones here. I graduate this semester and I'm currently conducting a research project where I need participants. However, it's been an issue that my research team has come across these recent weeks. We don't have any participants that go to the downtown campus because that's what we currently need. So if anyone here has a major downtown, like legal studies, public administration, video game design, anything that's downtown and requires you to go downtown for 50% of your classes, please, I'm begging you, let me know because I want to graduate. So this is like my capstone project. So I kind of need it to graduate. So even if you don't have a downtown major, if you know somebody who has a downtown major, just like send them my way. I have a QR code to kind of filter out whether they can do the survey or not. All I need is 10 more participants so we can do a focus group, conduct the interviews, collect the data, analyze the data, and publish the research.
Senator Domino.
Point of information, Pro Temp Foster. I am also a graduate student. I am also graduating this semester, and I also go downtown. So.
I'll just add, I'm fine getting pied. So, donate as much money as you want. Senator Teche.
I have a question real quick, and then I'll get to my Senate forum. What are special acts? We never had any of those.
I'll shoot that over to Brody to answer. I do remember looking it up once and being like, oh, okay.
So, a special act would be if you were to write something that concerned a very specific individual or like some kind of a personal situation. I honestly don't know what that would be, but that's what it says. Or if you were going to amend the statutes such that you were creating a new statute, right? If you needed to create Title 14, I think, or you know what I mean? If you wanted to create a new thing, a new Senate rule, that would be a special act. Also, you'll hear more about that this weekend at the Senate Orientation Retreat.
See you there. I'm so excited. Okay, and then for my actual update, Evan's not here, so I have to give labor updates because you guys aren't safe from labor updates in Senate Forum. First of all, the biggest unions in Orlando signed their contract this week, the Disney Workers Union. They got a $3 immediate raise, and workers are getting between a $5.50 and $8.50 raise over the course of now till 2026. So that's a really great win. Shout out Disney. Well, not shout out Disney, shout out the Disney workers. And then more locally, about a year ago, for those of you who were in Senate with us in the summer, Loki helped pass a resolution on May Day to help, encourage labor action in Orlando. And we posted that at a Starbucks that was trying to unionize, and that Starbucks won their union. The corporation is refusing to recognize their union, as they are with all Southern locations that have unionized. They're stealing tips from these workers by denying them the opportunity to get credit card tips, costing them $400 a month. And those workers went on strike yesterday. And there were only 3 people working inside the store, a manager and a couple scabs from other stores. And we were able to turn away about 90% of the people who were going into the store, costing them thousands of dollars in business. And they closed down the store by 12:30. So yeah, really proud of that.
Which side are you on? Moving right along. I know my labor people know that. Senator Capozzi.
I had mentioned just my paper earlier about how the laws criminalize the homeless. If anybody was interested in reading it, plugging myself, it's in the Senate forum. There's the link.
Senator Yalmachili.
So this meeting has been pretty tough. There's been a lot of mourning involved, and it's been pretty painful. But I wanted to share a fact of optimism, my usual history fact. And so it goes that 13 years ago, under President Obama, the Affordable Care Act took effect, which was a milestone for our nation's healthcare system because it helped millions of people get health insurance and many benefits, including various prescription drugs, contraceptives, mental health, etc. And so, yeah, hats off to a better healthcare system, I guess. And let's have hope for it in the future and hope we can build on that progress and do even better.
Do you have a question for him? Yep, go for it.
Just so I can remember properly, is Orlando one of the states in Florida where homeless people can have to get a license to ask for money and they can only do it in specific zones, or is it just Tampa?
No, so in Orlando, it really just depends on the cop you're going to get. Like if you want to look at ordinances, yeah, they're not allowed to panhandle or be anywhere kind of in a zone where it could be like obstructive or like blocking traffic or anything like that. But it's got to be like one of the worst cops that's actually going to do something about it.
Is Orlando one of the cities where homeless people need a license? I know that Tampa has that issue.
The license I'm not sure about. I don't think so. I think it might just be Tampa because I've not heard anything about it anywhere, and I didn't see anything about it when I was doing my research, but I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
That's your room.
Kind of trend of 54th session, I love to plug Creole
whenever and however I can. So next Friday, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., I believe, I will get back to you on the times to verify. We will be having an optics day where we will be doing lab tours, and one of our favorite professors will be giving a little spiel on lasers. If any of y'all are interested, please come by. It's open to family, friends, potential new incoming freshmen, and whoever might be interested. So if any of y'all are interested, please come. It's really fun. I love to plug optics and photonics.
Alrighty. Are there any other senators wishing to speak during Senate forum? Chair Double.
So after kind of perusing Senator Capozzi's article, which is fantastic from what I've seen, by the way, I kind of remembered too. I also wrote a piece on homelessness, although it's kind of more on the international scale, involving of all cities, Vienna. I'll see if I can get that into the agenda right quick. I have not proofread it in about 2 years, so who knows how that's going to turn out.
All right. Any other senators for Senate forum? Seeing none, any senators wishing to speak or enter Senate deliberations? Seeing none, advisors report, ready.
All right. Hey, everybody. Don't have a lot of announcements for you all. I'm just, noticing that you're noting that it's the end of the session, and yeah, just one more week. So, y'all are doing great. I do have, however, I was cleaning my office during spring break. And for those of you that have been here since the beginning of the session, or at least early on, I have the letters that you wrote to yourselves. So I will give those out to you as you're leaving tonight, so you can read them and reflect on them before the last meeting. So yeah, make sure you stop by and grab that on your way out, and I'll try to snag you as you're walking out. The only other thing is that, as you may have heard, the Senate orientation retreat is this weekend. For those of you that are returning, I expect to see you there. For those of you that are not returning, that's okay, but just realize that if you need me tomorrow, no, you don't. You don't need me. So yeah, with that, we will dive into Senator shoutouts. Michaela?
I have a question. What's the dress code?
No dress code. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Be ready to engage in some great conversation. AJ?
I have another question. Can you burn my letter?
What?
Can you burn my letter? That
I
wrote?
want you to reflect on it. That's the whole point. All right. Ethan?
I'm going to let other people go first, but how many are we limited to tonight?
Let's say 2.
Fine.
All right. Oh, okay. You don't